to quickly do it. And once that is done, then we are fine. Okay, having said that, let me explain what we will have today. Today, we will quickly, once I step off this place, we will quickly have the recap. And the rapporteur, the lead rapporteur, will spend 5 minutes just to give a bit of the early part of yesterday. Then I'm going to bring in Wolali again to give a recap of the 2 modules we were able to touch yesterday. Now, after that, we'll quickly move into the group work for Module 2. And participants online and the people on ground here, we will do that. I guess we should still use the same group we used yesterday and the same location where we congregate. If you still want to do it standing, which I think is good for our health, we can do. But if you choose to sit, you can also sit to get that done. Immediately we finish that group work, we should take around 45 minutes, and that is the central group work for the day. Okay, we will go for coffee break. I think by the time we get to that place, it will be time for coffee break. We go for coffee break, and then after the coffee break, we will move straight into Module 3, Module 4. And then Module 3, I believe after Module 3, we will have time for discussion and interaction. Then Module 4 also will have a bit of time for raising questions, interrogating subject, asking questions, and all those things. In other words, the best attitude is to pick your pen, and anything that you need clarification on, you put it down so that when it is time for discussion, you can bring it up and we'll discuss it adequately. Then we can go for lunch. After lunch, we quickly do Module 5. Or if there is time, even before lunch, we do Module 5. So that when we come back after lunch, it will be full load, a galore of discussion and explicating issues, breaking down issues, explaining terminologies again and again. Then we will have the closing part of the training. Of course, we are going to have training evaluation also as part of that last part. I want to see the possibility of closing early enough for those who will be traveling later in the evening to still have time to go and do your own thing, and for those who will be traveling tomorrow, then you have all the evening to move around. Well, let me inform you that Accra never sleeps, and it's a very safe city, so enjoy yourself. Okay, I think that's my beat. 2 minutes to go. If let me spend the 2 minutes to talk about housekeeping. Shortly, the FARA logistic office will be here, and they will find a way to reach out to you as we discussed yesterday. I'm picking also the different evaluations, and it is aligned to your name, so we're going to look at it. In the closing ceremony, there will be the presentation of certificates. So if you are not passing, no certificate for you. We will only clap for you when we mention your name. I see Dr. Lu laughing at me, and I know the meaning of that laugh. The meaning of that laugh is, thou shalt not try that. That's all right. Okay. So thank you very much. It's exactly time now. Let me call Mr. Richard Combat to spend 5 minutes to quickly give the recap of yesterday. So Combat. Okay, what is it now? Okay.
Good morning to you all, and welcome to today's session. And I'm happy that we are all happy to be here, and we are just to have a recap of what transpired yesterday. Yesterday was actually packed. We had a welcome address, opening remarks, as well as a keynote presentation from the Honorable Minister. And I'm just to give a brief of what happened yesterday. So yesterday, these were the key people that spoke yesterday. We had the minister, the MP, the country representative of AFDB. Then we had the GCA director who gave us his presentation via audio, and also Dr. Fatumbi stood in for the executive director of FARA. So what were some of the key actions that happened yesterday in the opening remarks? So we could see that the mainstreaming of climate smart agriculture is a multidimensional and should be given the needed attention as it deserves, where was one of the key things that were said yesterday. Also, the effort requires strong policy interventions, and that is why we are here. So that when we learn and we are being trained, we go out there to train others. And also, Africa agriculture is highly dependent on rainfall, and then the number of people that practice irrigation is actually less than 10% in the continent. So this training on digital agriculture will actually help for us to go back to our countries, our institutions, and wherever we practice to be able to disseminate the knowledge. Also, the framework thinking that was being delivered by Krishan and then Dr. Benjamin, they went further to give us an explanation and give us the distinction between digitalization and then digitalization in agriculture, which we found it to be tricky, and Welanyo came to further elaborate on that. If my memory should set me right, digitalization is actually putting analog information into a digital mode, and the digitalization is actually practicing the analog data that has been digitalized. From my understanding yesterday, that's what I picked up yesterday from that. And then we also have digital climate advisory service. And what interests me most was who is your perfect team? Krishan gave us an acronym, who is your perfect team? And it's so interesting. The P, he said, stood for policy makers. Am I being heard? The E for entrepreneurship, the R, researchers, the F, farmers, the E is for extension, and then the C, communication, the T, technologist or technology, and then the team there. So when we get the perfect, then the team, he now went further to say the team represents transforming livelihoods, E for enabling environment, A for agro-business approach, and then the M for multi-stakeholder processes. So I think if we will not have anything to take home at all, let's just try to have this perfect team as we go out there to train others. We should just put that at the back of our minds, and then as we go out there to train others. I think with this, I wish we enjoyed the rest of the sessions for today. Thank you.
Okay, will I so give you a part of the thing? Yes. I'll try and present my screen so that we can all follow. All right, I hope you can hear me well, and online can also see my screen. Okay. So for today, I think yesterday, thanks Richard for the initial recap in terms of what happened. In our training session, we had an introductory to digital advisory services, and we had a chance to learn some few things, that climate change is not a future problem, it is a now problem. I would like to also throw out there, just so that we start the session very engaged. We come here with fresh blood, our minds are very fresh. So we would want to also get from the team quickly some of the key things that they picked up from the sessions. I'll just list out the main objectives he had, and then we can go through. So we talked about some key concepts. We also talked about the types of digital climate advisory services, why we need the CAS, some of the success factors, and the challenges that persist in using digital advisory services in our own country context, and then the way we can get people to use more. So I would like to invite a couple of people to participants here and also online to just share with us some of the key concepts that they had, and then explain quickly in their own terms. I would want to invite our lady in yellow, with a yellow scarf, if you wouldn't mind sharing with us one key concept that you learned. You can introduce yourself and share with us what the key concepts you learned from yesterday.
Merci beaucoup. Moi, c'est Madame Khadikan du ministère de l'Élevage du Sénégal. Parmi les concepts, j'ai compris tout ce qui est digitalisation et numérisation. On sait que la digitalisation est assez vaste et que la numérisation est un aspect de la digitalisation. Ça, je l'ai compris.
It's in order. May we have someone also, share with us any other concept that they learned, for some new concept that they've also heard. Anyone, please? Or I should call names. Please, you are free to share. If anyone online is also willing to introduce themselves. Okay.
Yeah. My name is Benjamin, working with Farm Radio International. Yes, I learned about the different models. I was so happy to get the names to it. One that comes immediately is the advisory only, where this time it is just an opportunity to provide an advisory service to the farmer, and this can come in the form of weather information, it can come in the form of key messages for adaptation, or the good agronomic practices. I also learned about the model where you bundle these messages with other important information, maybe joining this with information on insurance, banking, or financial inclusion, where you are now giving the opportunity to the farmer to, beyond just receiving weather information, he also had a choice to also have access to the microinsurance or other related services that the farmer may need, maybe seed or other agro input. And I also learned about the embedded, where this time the farmer is receiving other services, like, for example, seed, extension service, and this time the weather and climate information is included in that particular service.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think our lady from the Gambia.
Thank you very much. My name is Fatou Njai Samba. I'm the president of the Women Farmers Organization. I just want to talk about 1.3, where it said what are the main challenges to the implementation of the DCAS. I would think that one of the first challenge would be finance. Because dealing with poor people, like the farmers we are dealing with, I would say some are poor, but some are not poor. They will find, most of these women farmers will find it difficult to be buying credit all the time to be able to link with the extension worker who is far away. Sometimes they have internet problems. When there is no internet, like the old woman would say, go and buy internet. They cannot buy the internet. The internet has to be available from the cell organization or whoever. The other challenge might be illiteracy. Most of them are illiterates, so to be able to use the mobile phone, I think the best thing they can use is the radio, as he has rightly said. The radio or the television is a good thing of talking about the activities in agricultural activities especially. Another thing we are using is the use of the internet. Not the internet, sorry, the WhatsApp group. The WhatsApp group, like my group today, they're talking about the transplanting of onions. That it is now the time for the farmers to transplant their onions, because later on the place would be very hot. That's about climate change. The place will be very hot and it will not be good for the onions. And let them also lay nurseries for other crops. I think that is related to climate change. Yes. Thank you. That's where I want to stop.
Okay, thank you so much. Please, we'll take the last one and then we can move on.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. Bonjour tout le monde. Moi, c'est Ismaël Sow. Je suis le responsable de suivi et évaluation au niveau du Conseil national de la Maison des éleveurs. Donc, c'est une organisation d'éleveurs basée au Sénégal. Et je vous en remercie. Donc, par rapport à ce qui a été retenu hier, en tout cas, moi, j'ai pris note que la promotion des services numériques dépend également de la disponibilité des infrastructures dans certains milieux. Et qu'il est évident de veiller sur la qualité des données fournies, mais également de veiller à l'équité pour que tout le monde ait l'accès à cette information-là. Autre aspect, quelqu'un a parlé des défis. Mais parmi les défis majeurs que j'ai retenus également, c'est de travailler également sur les questions liées à l'adaptation et l'appropriation, en tout cas, de ces données fournies-là. Parce que nous, chaque fois, on peut recevoir des données en tant que des éleveurs, mais est-ce qu'on va appliquer, en tout cas, ce qui a été informé ou pas? En tout cas, c'est des éléments dont j'ai retenu et je vous remercie. Merci beaucoup.
I think Abubakar had the hand raised up online, if I'm not mistaken. Please, if you wouldn't mind, go ahead and we'll allow for you to share with us what were some of the key things you like. If we can enable.
Very wonderful session. John. Hello. So if you can hear me, my only challenge concerning our country, Nigeria, is that the content of the DCAS, it has to be based on location specific, because if you're going to use like now we choose radio, the use of radio. So we have different climatic zones and different weather. So it has to be based on and concerning. Hello.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, we'll move on. So just to highlight some of the key things that we learned yesterday, the concepts we spoke about, we discussed what it means, climate change, climate resilience, what we mean by climate advisory services, what digitalization means, the enablers of agricultural digital transformation, inclusivity, accessibility, business models, sustainability, and the likes. We also looked at, when we talk about digital agriculture, where does digital climate advisory services fit? And we understood that it is part of the larger, digital services that can help transform agriculture. And this is largely around the access to services, specifically climate-related, services. We also had a group session where we discussed some of the examples in our various, regions, and with the Orange team came out with some examples of climate advisory services in their country. We saw different types leveraging different tools. We also talked about some of the models, whether it was service only or advisory. We also looked at the challenges that some of these, services face. The Pink team online mentioned issue with access, to some of the state data issues, the know-how, among others. And this really resonates with some of the challenges that we listed in our discussion. We also looked at some solutions that we can, propose to make, mitigate the adoption of these digital climate advisory services. And one of the team came up with farmers' access to finance. And this was a big issue that we noted. We also saw that there was a need to build, business models around these digital services, and also user and stakeholder engagement were also important, in addition to how we can maintain or use knowledge management to help maintain and sustain these and improve on these digital climate advisory services. For session 2, which focused on the business model, we had a chance to look at the ecosystem of the digital climate advisory services and the components. We also looked at the 5 examples that exist and the 2 popular ones that are very common, the advisory only and then the bundle ones. This morning, we'll be going into a bit more detail to look at some case study, and then also applying the business model canvas tool to help us to learn the application of it. It was introduced briefly in terms of understanding the various components and how it helps you to appreciate the best way to deploy a digital climate advisory service. So just to highlight quickly what we talked about in the ecosystem. So we talked about the models, which is how the services are being delivered, the popular ones being advisory only bundled. We also looked at the potential actors that are involved in that. We also looked at the type of information. We also talked about the technology, the delivery technologies, and the examples that you listed actually, highlighted that the radio, the SMS, the voice, the call center, the television, the extension agent, all of those, delivery mechanisms are tools that we are familiar or we've experienced. And then we also looked at examples of the bundling. So this is basically a quick overview of what advisory service only looked like, which is one of the popular ones, and then also the bundled service. And then, as I mentioned, we introduced the business canvas as well. So this sort of brings us to a quick recap in terms of content of what we did yesterday. I want to spend some quick time to discuss the assessment because it's very important as we're going through this to learn whether we are, imbibing new knowledge and how we can move forward or not. So I want to encourage us to, first of all, if you use your laptop to type in the URL, but on your phone, as Dr. Mentioned earlier, when you use your phone, because of the space that the phone gives, there are other options when it comes to the assessment of the particular session. You need to scroll to the end so you can see the whole range. There are 5 sessions. So please take note so that we are very mindful of the information that needs to be captured. So you capture everything properly. That would help us to improve on the, so just to show you that quickly, we have, sorry. So as you can see, we have questions on no option, strongly disagree, agree, unchanged, agree, and then strongly agree. So please make sure that when you scroll, you are looking at all the options and then you assess them accordingly. For session 1 and session 2, when you go through the assessment, we've captured all the assessment on one sheet. Please take note. Session 1 is on page 3 and session 2 assessment is on page 4. So you only complete section 1 and section 2. Hopefully when we are done with the rest of the assessment at the end of today, this morning, you can complete session 2. And then when we do module 3, you go to page 5 and then so on and so forth. So please take note because that goes into your evaluation. All right. Thank you so much. So without much, I would go straight into the group assignment on for today, which is basically we going back or go into our group sessions. But just to do a quick run through on what the group work looks like. All right.
S'il vous plaît, monsieur. S'il vous plaît. Ouais. Excusez-moi de vous interrompre, mais nous, on a essayé hier de faire en fait l'évaluation. Mais on est confronté à la contrainte linguistique. Nous parlons français et les questions sont en anglais. Et puis, nous, parfois, il y en a certains qui ne comprennent pas grand-chose. Il y en a qui ont un français, un anglais approximatif et ça pose problème. On veut bien faire l'évaluation, mais on se heurte à ce problème. Voilà, merci beaucoup. C'est vraiment, on peut la lever et puis faire une traduction. Ça va nous aider. Comme ça entre aussi dans notre évaluation. Merci, on est bloqué quoi, disons.
All right. Thank you so much. I think the translation is being done with updated. So before this session ends, as the group assignment is going on, when you open it up, the French translations will be on. So we'll have both the English and the French, and so you can easily answer those assessments. So please, thank you so much. All right. So we'll go right into our discussion for today. Just for us to kickstart, we'll play, just to recap a quick session to remind us of some of the information that we watched. We'll play video 6, which is the case study that was presented from the Kenya Ministry of Food and Agriculture. And then we'll also listen quickly to the business model canvas, what it means, the tool that we'll be using. And then I'll present detail on the assessment. I would encourage that we go into our same groups. My attention has been brought to the fact that the French group in-house for the in-person was quite large, so we'll divide that into 2 groups, and there are already 2 facilitators who are going to handle that, so it makes it easier for us to move forward. So if we can go on with the video, please. Yeah.
So digital platforms like MO Info are important to help mitigate climate change issues. For example, when you are able to tell farmers to plant early and to plant early maturing seed varieties, so you are sure this farmer will be able to harvest. For the last 5 years, we have had changes in climate where the rains have been starting late, and when the rains start late, we also receive lesser rain. But we find in another year, the rain will start early and we also receive a lot of rain. So most of the farmers are not able to know when to go to their farms. So we have those 2 extremes. And we have this pest that have been known to the African armyworm. The outbreak occurs when there's a prolonged drought, and also we have the rapid rainstorms. It's endemic in Kenya, but it is triggered by the prolonged drought, which we experience this year. Initially, this used to happen after every 10 years, and this one has reduced to every 4 years. We have all sorts of advisory messages concerning fall armyworm, where we have the preventative angle, where we're telling farmers to plant napier grass around their maize farms. So in a way, we're able to control the infestation. So we also have cultural methods, where we're telling farmers to use ash. They mix ash with pepper and they put in the wound, where the young larvae are.
Ilikuwa kama bado chaingia kwa hiyo hilo, ilikuwa mavuno yangu ilikuwa chini sana, lakini wakati niliingia ndani naona mabado yuko zaidi. Kama last year nilipata gunia 12 eka, na wakati hiyo nilikuwa nalima hapo kwa nyuma, mahindi nilikuwa napata gunia 4 au 5, kwa sababu vitu vinakula na unapata unaenda shamba na bure.
So Peter Osundwa is one of our active farmers on the MO Info platform. So basically, this farmer is able to follow the process, know the infestation level on his farm, and is able to choose a particular practice on how to control this pest on his maize crop. And these particular methods have helped him to increase his yield. Dixon is also one of our active members on the MO Info platform, but Dixon had issues with his finances. Such that when the season started, he did not have enough money to purchase enough inputs for his farm. So he planted in 4 steps, depending on availability of money to buy inputs. And we could see the last 2 crops have been affected severely by fall armyworm.
Kumbuka siku moja nilipata message kwa simu yangu kuulizwa swali kama mahindi yangu imeathirika, na kwa kweli mahindi yangu ilikuwa imeathirika, so nikajibu. Nilijibu ile message wakaniambia niende kwa mahindi yangu laini ya mwisho, pesa kutoka laini 10 hizo mahindi, nikapata tena hiyo mahindi imeathirika, so nikawatumia message tena, ndio wakaanza kunidirect sasa kulingana na ukulima vizuri.
Rose Wanyalo is one of our smallholder farmers based in Kabras region. She said she has learned from the platform on how to repair the banana holes, and also she has learned how to manage the fall armyworm pest.
Mimi kama mkulima ninaweza kuona kwamba hii mvua haikuji kwa mwezi ambayo inalingana. Kuna wakati mwingine mvua itakuja mwezi wa 3 na nyingine ikuje ianze mwezi wa 4 ikienda kuisha. So unapata kwamba kienda kulingana na kufuata maagizo jinsi MI inatufundisha, inabidi uweze kufuata instructions kwa sababu ya hizo change of climate, so that uweze kupata mavuno ambayo ni mazuri.
we are developing content for the smallholder farmer to help the whole smallholder farmer increase their yield. It makes me feel good because what gives me satisfaction as an agronomist is when the farmer is able to identify solutions to their problem and increase their yield.
An organization's business model can be described with 9 basic building blocks: your customer segments, your value proposition for each segment, the channels to reach customers, customer relationships you establish, the revenue streams you generate, the key resources and key activities you require to create value, the key partners, and the cost structure of the business model. But it's not sufficient to just enumerate the 9 building blocks. What you really want to do is to map them out on a pre-structured canvas. This is what we call the business model canvas. The tool that helps you map, discuss, design, and invent new business going through the 9 building blocks, starting with the customer segments. These are all the people or organizations for which you're creating value. Recording is in progress. Simple users and paying customers. For each segment, you have a specific value proposition. These are the bundles of products and services that create value for your customers. The channels describe through which touchpoints you're interacting with customers and delivering value. Customer relationships outline the type of relationship you're establishing with your customers. The revenue streams make clear how you have a specific value proposition. These are the bundles of products and services that create the bundles of products and services that create the bundles of products and services you're interacting with customers and delivering value. You're interacting with customers and delivering value. Relationship, the type of the customer relationship, the revenue streams make clear how and through what pricing mechanisms your business is capturing value. Then you need to describe the infrastructure to deliver and capture value. If you result
It gives us a chance to practically have a feel of it. The reason is that you have to, first of all, we first of all have to understand the various concepts in the model canvas we're going to use. And the case study that we are looking at, which is iShamba, already has captured these things very clearly. So we'll use that as a way to learn. But then in our group work, we are going to pick one regional case that we will select in our groups and then apply the business canvas to it. So then we are practically learning it. All right, because it's different just trying to apply it right from your context. But using the case makes it very easy for us to look at the key elements and then we'll move forward from that. So that's what we're going to do in the group work. So we would use the same groups we had yesterday. Online would have group sessions which would be popping up. So the online team, you would have, you get support to facilitate the groups. But importantly is that we will be using the work groups. The Google slide that we used is very similar to what we used yesterday, but we'll have the business model canvas in there. The case study we'll be looking at is the iShamba case study, as I mentioned. Basically, it's a case of they using innovation to deliver climate advisory services to farmers in Kenya, and some of the key elements that are in there for us to look at. We'll be spending 1 hour to look at that case, apply it in the business model canvas, and then we pick one example in our own group and apply it using the same business model canvas. So if you look at, so this is what you would see. So this example for the pay group, you would apply the business model canvas to this. So if you look at their key partners, in the case study, who were the key partners that iShamba worked with? What was the core value proposition they gave, for the service? So you need to identify these things, write out them in this worksheet on the slide, and then you pick an example in your region. All right, in the groups, and then build the same case with it, because then you understand how it applies. We'll use this in the subsequent sessions because we need to understand how this applies to us going forward. As we leave here, how do we implement these things? Looking at it from the angle of the principles, looking at it from the angle of the sustainability and the scalability of it, in regards to public-private partnerships, among others. So please take note of this. The document is available online, so if you scan this particular QR code, it will take you straight to the worksheet. So we would go together in our groups. I think yesterday the Ghana group in-house were in this session. The French groups you'll be dividing into two, and then the Nigeria group, and the online session as well. I think we had about 3 groups for the online sessions as well. So we have an hour to do this assignment, and then we would report back, take some quick discussions on what we've learned from the application of the business case. We'll have facilitators in each of the groups to guide the conversation, and then we'll report back. So please, I'm just trying to get the timer. Are there any questions, first of all, before we move into our groups? By 10:30 or 10:40, we should be coming back to have a quick discussion for us to move forward. Any questions, please? Sorry. Please speak to the mic so we can.
I hope we need the internet, but very bad.
Okay. That's duly noted. I mean, these are some of the challenges we work with, so we need to find ways of dealing with it, and we'll do our best to facilitate that. Thank you. Okay. Yes.
Oui, bonjour. J'ai suivi avec intérêt depuis hier tout ce qu'on est en train de passer en revue. Et là, à travers les vidéos, les acteurs nous ont dit que les petits agriculteurs ou éleveurs avaient des préoccupations et qu'ils arrivaient quand même à identifier les solutions. Je ne sais pas si je suis en train d'anticiper, mais je veux me rassurer qu'on aurait en fait la chance de voir, d'aller visiter quand même une solution qui a été mise au point déjà à travers une plateforme et qu'on nous montre aussi en fait le fonctionnement pour que certainement on puisse nous en inspirer ou prendre pour renforcer également tout ce que nous connaissons déjà de chez nous. Merci.
All right. Yeah, thank you so much. I think the video, what we saw in the video was just a promotional of what the Ministry of Agriculture in Kenya has done with their SMS application. Now, the case study document you're going to look at, which is iShamba, is more detailed. In your group, the facilitator is going to explain it better so that you understand it. And that's an example, a case study, which is achieving impact. So there's something you can learn from. So first of all, you would study what we'll look at the case study, which is the iShamba service, how they went about implementing the digital advisory services. The tool we're going to use to help you analyze is the business canvas. Who were the partners they worked with? What were the channels they used? And the business canvas gives you that tool. Then you take that, there's another canvas which you use for your own region, a technology or digital, service that you are looking at also building, and then you apply that same tool to it. So that's the essence of the assignment we're trying to do here. And it builds on what we've learned from session 1, session 2, which is on the business modules, session 3, which is going to talk about the sustainability and scalability of the digital climate advisory services. So it's all connected, but we need to use an example. And the one we are picking today, which is for the case study, is the iShamba. What we're showing is just a video for us to appreciate the story. But then when you read the iShamba case, it gives you a better sense of it. I hope that explains your question. Yeah. Okay. So we will move, I think the online teams are already going into their group sessions. I would invite us to, for the in-person teams, we basically form our groups, go into our groups quickly, and then start the work. I'll leave this on so that if you need to access the document, you can quickly go in there. Thank you. And please, if you have any questions, just post it on, for those online, post it in the chat. I'm also here to facilitate so we can go straight into the discussions. Yeah? Thanks.
Is it off? Hello, please, I do understand some people will need a COVID test before they travel back. So if you are someone who might need COVID test, kindly see me so I'll pen down your name. We're making arrangement for them to come and have. Come and do it here for you. Instead of you to go there, yeah. Thank you.
Is it on? Okay. They are coming in. Okay. Our online colleagues are joining us shortly, so we will be. Are we good to go? All right. Thank you so much. I trust we had a great coffee break. Here. Okay. So we'll go straight into the activity. So we're starting section module 3, which is looking at good practices in establishing digital climate advisory services. Now, this is part of the intro we started with in session 1, where we talked about 6 core principles. So please bear in mind the work we did on the business model. Can I have everyone's attention, please, in the room? This is going to form part of the core principles in ensuring that these digital advisory services are sustainable and scalable. Okay, so that we look, we've introduced, identified 2 key challenges facing the establishment of digital advisory services in your country. And I hope we did some of this previously, so reinforcing some of the challenges that may affect the implementation solutions. And then we look at some public-private partnership approaches that can help us in scaling this, digital climate advisory services. And the sort of your position, what you feel about, forming new partnership strategies in implementing these digital advisory services. All right. The first principle that we spoke about need to really take into account. The first one I want to highlight is that the use of international data and quality standards. And these are very important in establishing the support systems that will encourage us across, even if it's within the same country, we've been able to share information or resources, incorporating standards that helps for us to collaborate. Important to that is also the issue of quality standards that incorporate regulation, intellectual property rights. And I think some of these things came up in our earlier conversation in terms of challenges. But these are things that are important when it comes to looking at the principle of quality and assurance. Next is the implementation of data management that is affecting interoperability, how you can share, information within the same project in a ministry. So we need to be mindful of that, making data open. What kind of data do we want to make open, and how accessible will that be? So these are elements that goes into ensuring data quality and assurance. Transparent communication of information accuracy and uncertainty. We need to be very open in that regard. Here, where we don't know how things are working, we need to be very transparent about that. If they are, and to talk about the fact that we're dealing with climate, where it's, the uncertainties, you are dealing with probabilities. if we're collecting data, how are we reporting them? Are we saying that they're 100% proof? And when farmers take them and use them and they are not seen that way, how do we manage those level of communication? Those are very important things that we need to take into account so that we build trust in the usage of the service and also the partners that we're working with, so they don't, mistrust it. I think we're speaking elements of technology, dystopia came in. These are things that we need to take into account so that we are very open and transparent and very clear where we know that there are uncertainties. So we don't communicate that it is going to rain, for example, or we say that there's likelihood that there will be heavy rain. Those are things that helps, manage trust as we move along in our digital climate advisory services. Risk, vigorous validation of data and related analysis. This goes back to what I showed in the value process, that we have to take into account constant analysis, monitoring, learning, and evaluation of these systems, because they are very important in ensuring the accuracy of the climate information that we are offering to our customers. And these are best practices because it is not a static service. It is always changing. So we are refining, we are improving on the service that's being offered. We also have an element of enhanced resolution for localized decision making. I think this came up as well. When we deal with climate in Africa, we know that it's very location specific. So how are we ensuring that we are making, location specific data available for actors or players within the space to make use of them? I think in Nigeria, one of our participants mentioned that data is very scarce. So how do we address these things or take them into account in our establishment of laws and regulations to govern data access, including open access to public data? During the presentation Ben gave with a framework, there was an element of the data, infrastructure. What policy are we putting in place? And in the question and answer sessions, we also talked about issue of privacy, cyber security, among others. These are issues that need to be taken into account so that we know what information has to be made public. And so we're engaging government to make those, resources or enabling environments available for various actors to work, knowing that there's a trust system in place that would, secure the service that is being offered. We also, in terms of the principle of data quality and assurance, creation of strong national digital climate smart systems. Climate smart advisory service cannot sit alone. It has to sit within a framework. So within national institutions, there is also the need to have systems that we can plug into. In most of our national, government, there are systems in place. How are we also collaborating with them? And very soon, I'm sure in the exercise we did in the business model, we noticed that there are elements of working with national government, whether it's the MSC or other agencies that are responsible for keeping those systems. So we also tap into those resources to improve on our services that we are working with. So having interoperability platforms, basically meaning that I can, access information from those systems using digital means and not necessarily, human intervention. And then expansion of existing open platforms. And this also helps to avoid duplication and redundancy, where we keep doing the same thing over and over. Resources, as we know, are scarce. How can we leverage on information or data sets that are available for us to complement the work we do? So this is one of the first principles and key elements within which we need to take into account. Now, I'm only going through this quickly. I know time is not on our side. We will have a couple of things to, cover. So if there are any questions after the sessions, we can open the platform for that. We also have the second principle being promoting equity. So one of the key elements on equity is focusing on user-centered approach and also, improve targeting. You cannot design your solution or services without the end customer actively engaging them, because they are the ultimate beneficiary. The end customer may be a smallholder farmer or maybe an intermediary that you are working with to extend to the smallholder farmer. So you need to talk to them, get their pain points, and use that to offer better services. And this improve understanding and the context, so that we don't exhaust, or form entrenched positions where, for example, farmers are not adopting new innovations because they have some preconceived, notions about these technologies. We also, in terms of promoting equity, look at promoting integrated and two-way and multi-channel intervention. So it's not just SMS or not just radio, not just, video, but you leverage multi-channel and you offer a two-way communication. So for example, you send messages to farmers, they can, send back feedback, and that helps you to improve your service. These are things that we need to take into account, and this is what promotes equity. The next point that we need to also consider in the principle is access to productive assets and inputs. Like I said, just offering information may not be enough. So how are you looking at combining these with the resources they need? So if you are telling farmers to adopt early, early maturing variety of, let's say, a crop, how are they going to access it? Can you consider working with partners to promote the capacity for users to equitably engage with digital climate advisory services? We've learned that there is a gap in digital literacy or digital readiness. Where we are, how can we work on that to improve, to take advantage of leveraging? There are gaps in people not maybe having access to smartphones, or they're using basic phones. How are we helping them at where they are to still benefit from the opportunity that climate smart services offers? They are not literate. How are we leveraging local languages, etc., to help bridge this gap? Or even existing infrastructure in terms of extension agents who are in their community, how are we working with them to extend these services to them? Or lead farmers, how are we working with such groups? Expand the type of knowledge that digital climate advisory service can utilize and disseminate. Here, there was a talk about indigenous knowledge. How are we combining traditional knowledge that farmers have that is actually helping them be more resilient? How are we taking those and then repackaging and offering that to improve the broader ecosystem? We also need to consider investment in the last mile. And this may be coming, for example, from the government level or donor agency where they are building, or we need to build infrastructure to make sure that the last mile is being reached, where there's no low connectivity, for example, access to electricity, internet, or mobile coverage. We are offering, or we're investing during those last mile access, and these are very important. Offering some technical assistance to organizations that are looking to open up these last miles so that farmers in those areas can also benefit, or users there can also benefit from these interventions. The third principle is on co-creation with stakeholders. Now, we need to take this very important. This goes back to talking to your end users. We have to look at a demand-driven and not just supply. Not just because that we've got some funding to do a digital climate advisory service, we just sit in our office and decide what we want to do. But we need to engage potential beneficiaries who may be the early adopters and then help, grow that innovation or service to meet their needs. So we need to consider the demand approach, and that also is fundamental to sustainability of the service. The next we need to also consider when it comes to the principle number 3 is to build the capacity of the target users and service providers so that they can actively participate and engage. It is important that we engage all stakeholders across the value chain, be it training them on the use of these systems, building their capacity. It may mean that farmers may have to learn new ways of engaging with the technology, using the digital means. If it is to call, let's say, a helpline, we have to teach farmers how to do that. Or if it is introducing an app, we will have to engage these farmers to be able to do that. Or even with service providers, how can they learn to understand the processes involved so that they tailor their solutions to meet the needs of customers? So working with the meteorological agencies to tap into these resources. The next is on how to promote diversity and engagement across the DCAS value chain. So co-creation should emphasize the inclusion of last mile and intermediary users from diverse background. So you need to look at the before computer users, the young people, women groups, indigenous group. We need to consider all these facets in our, service development. And the last is on plan for an iterative process with the design, the timeliness, and budget. We should be agile enough. We should change. We should accommodate change in our process. When we start something and we see that this is not going to work, let's not say because this is how we design in our timelines, how we can be more, adaptive, and also iterate so that if we've designed, let's say, a climate, weather forecast service, we are looking at how do we improve on it. So we're getting feedback. Can we, let's say we're getting weekly forecast, daily forecast. How do we extend this to a seasonal forecast? How do we extend this to an early warning alert system? These are challenges that we need to really take on and not just get comfortable with what solution we have built. The last, the fourth principle is on establishing accountability and transparency. And here we're looking at providing adequate timelines and budgets for monitoring, evaluation, and learning. So this has to be principal. This should not be an afterthought. So we are already planning with the KPIs we want to measure. Even before we deploy these services, we are thinking about what are we monitoring? How are we going to measure the impact of these, the cost benefits to them, so that the one who is supporting, who is, or paying for the service can indeed see that there is value in it. And then it's not just us. And then this also helps in documenting lessons so that there are case studies we can share and understand. For example, what we did today, we can start working on it. And this would feed into this community of practice, hopefully, as we create this to share and learn from. We need to track and report on these investments. So how are these activities doing, the investment that is going into them for us to scale these innovations and services. We need to formalize operations governance models for digital climate advisory service. And the essence of this is to build the accountability and the transparency in these processes. The important thing here we need to note is that by doing this, we are helping build governance systems that takes away the element of, mistrust in these services. So at a national level, all the way to the local community, even regional, we're able to open up for scrutiny. And I think one of the the model that Ben presented is that at country level, we can also assess how we are doing. And this is the way, this is part of the process that we take this into account. Develop a standard data set of outcomes and indicators. And these are important just so we don't, repeat ourselves. The fifth principle is on how we can build a financially sustainable data advisory service. And this goes back to the model that we worked on, because it is pivotal in how these services can, sustain and also last. So we need to be informed that the user is important. And in this case, we also need to consider bundling of the service, because as we've said, the trend we're seeing is that offering education alone or advisory alone is not enough. You need to add on to it. It could be a bundle of information. So you can have, you're offering climate, weather forecast. You're adding on top of that early warning, it's more richer for the farmer to want to pay or access such, services. We also want to focus on the most responsive segment. So if you are starting an advisory service, you want the early adopters to take the initiative, to drive it, to measure what are the quick wins, what are the lessons you can learn. Those are targeting the early adopters for your, service. And then from there, you can extend or build on top of it. And this, you could see, may involve, using, promoting them through farmer-to-farmer learning. Because let's say you have, within farmer groups, lead farmers who are early adopters. They experience it by the word of mouth that they will share with their fellow. It, creates adoption. I don't know if you want to share some experience with your WhatsApp group system. A lady from...
Yes, actually we have what we call contact farmers. Those contact farmers were trained from the farmer field school to be using both agronomic practices, information dissemination, and also the act of doing the transplanting and other things. And even the weather forecast, they say it. They said 5 days it will rain. It will continue raining for 5 days. So they keep on sharing those messages. Yeah. So the contact farmer is trained to be able to train his or her temporaries within the group or within the village.
Right. Thank you. I think earlier on you shared some example with me, Samuel? Yes, you did share some example of what you're doing with the irrigation, the mechanization service. Would you want to highlight how that is also working? Yeah.
So, can I speak in French?
Yes.
Okay. Merci beaucoup. En fait, au Mali, moi je m'appelle Samuel Guindo, je travaille à la fondation en les organisant en entreprise agricole rurale, donc qu'on appelle CEMA, Centre d'exploitation des machines agricoles. Ils fournissent effectivement des services mécanisés aux producteurs qui viennent payer les services mécanisés pour le labour, pour la récolte, pour la transformation en fonction de besoins. Maintenant, pour effectivement le besoin de diffusion d'informations sur les climats, sur la bonne pratique agricole, on a cité hier, les agents d'État, ils ne sont pas nombreux pour couvrir tous les producteurs. Donc, ces entreprises rurales adossées aux coopératives, donc, ont recruté effectivement des jeunes ruraux du village. Chaque SEMA, par exemple, a recruté 5 jeunes qu'ils ont formés en utilisation effectivement des smartphones. Donc, sur ces smartphones, on a des différentes applications. On a l'outil, ce qu'on appelle RAS Advice, qui donne des conseils de bonnes pratiques agricoles sur la production de riz. On a également l'outil Hello Tractor, que je pense beaucoup de gens connaissent. On a aussi d'autres outils qui donnent des informations sur le marché. Donc, ces jeunes sont formés sur ces différents outils. Donc, ils fournissent Effectivement, il y a des outils également de mesure de champ. Donc, ces jeunes vont aller auprès des producteurs pour de l'outil Ras Advice. La campagne qui vient de couler, nous avons eu plus de 40 000 producteurs qui ont fait appel en fait à ces services au Mali sur la production de riz. Merci.
Right. Thank you so much for sharing. And I think these are some of the lessons that we can learn from what is working. And you can take some, potential ideas that you can leverage in your own, innovation. I don't know if you want just the last point and then we can move on.
I just wanted to add to say that in my country, the Gambia, the farmers are divided into two groups. 15 of them are within the literacy program, the literacy class. The literacy class, they are in the literacy class. The literacy class consists of 30 farmers. So the farmer field school also consists of 25 farmers. So 15 of the people at the literacy class are working with the farmer field school to be able to read and write and give information to the people they are.
This community is to empower us to learn from each other and then see what we can also adopt into our own practices. And these principles are here to guide us towards that journey. I think the last two, points we should note under financial sustainability is that we need to look at ways to promote the adoption of government standards and regulations in the digital climate advisory space. It is important that we align with government regulations, because if you are doing something that is not in alignment with regulation, your service could just go off, even if you are, especially if you are, let's say, a business that is looking to, introduce this service. So these are things we need to take into account, because government, rule can basically change the service or business that you're trying to offer. The last point here is that we need to also shift to an inclusive market system approach when we're designing implementation. I think we can't overemphasize why this is important. Just doing, let's say, one type service alone is not enough. We need to consider working together. It doesn't mean you alone doing it, but then working with other players in the space to make sure that we can help, serve farmers in the most cost-effective way and bring more value to them. The last point under the principle is that we need to also look at designing for scale. And these are and this was a very important point, because there may be services, digital climate service, that may not fit, or it's fine working in your environment, but you always have to keep in mind that how can this reach more farmers? Because as you know, the target is I want to serve 300 million smallholder farmers, all right? The target for GCA is, I think, 30 million smallholder farmers. Reach the other millions that are not yet, served. I think in an earlier discussion, somebody was drawing attention that if one, a small group is just doing something that is helping them to be climate resilient, but then the others are not doing it, the next effect is that we all suffer. But we have to start from somewhere, right? And so it's important for us to also think through that the solutions or services that we are looking to provide, how can they scale? What are the modules that are best for us to consider? And here we're looking at, looking to regulations to maximize consistency across countries and regions. So across the West Africa, across, Southern Africa, Central Africa, Eastern Africa, what can we do as African, as a AU, the African Union, what can we do to make sure that there are standards that are cross? So service that's available in West African region can also be deployed in East Africa, or learnings from East Africa can also be used in West Africa, and that builds resilience of the continent. We want to look at also improve the capacity and resources for cooperative decarb solutions. And this is looking at it at the broader level. And also the main reason why we're building the human resource to promote these services. The third point is engagement in the good agronomic practice via innovative solution. So how can we establish opportunities to help digital services in Africa, grow, increase, at astronomical rate. There are very innovative solutions here on the continent. How can we take them up and then promote them? And this means building infrastructure such as cloud computing services so that we don't, innovators don't have to worry about how much they have to spend on, local servers, among others, but leveraging new technology, artificial intelligence, among others, to scale these services. Support government to initiate and manage public-private partnerships effectively. I mean, government is one big player that can help with scaling innovation, because when it comes to food security, it's a national issue. It's a national security issue, right? And government has a big role to play when it comes to food security. So partnership with government is very critical in scaling these innovations, and we need to look at ways to work closely with government. We don't need to sideline government in this, but we need to see how we can bring them to promote, build capacity, among others, to drive this innovation. We also want to whole thing from scratch, but we want to look at what is working already. How can we build on top of that? And that ensures scalability. Establish and coordinate community of practice. I can't overemphasize why this is important. We are all ambassadors in our own region, our own organizations. And so what we are learning from here, we want to take it back. And I think part of the exercise is that for you to, be accredited or, given that trainer of trainer certificate, you also have to go and impart this knowledge that we are getting. Integrate services plan into long-term investment plans as well. These are all things that we need to look at. So formulating short, medium, and long-term interventions so that we are scaling these innovations in our organizations, in the countries that we come from. And then also support large-scale farmer outreach for public-private partnership or private enterprise models. We have to look at models that are successful, whether it is through public-private partnership, through private enterprises, what they are doing that is scaling, so we can also partner on those journeys and then move forward on that. I would just quickly look at what we should take into account as obstacles when it comes to growth of these kinds of successful models. The first one, as we've mentioned or we've seen also, is the fact that the non-availability of standards and regulations by government impact adoption of these services. Limited data and evidence, and I think we've had examples here where people are asking what examples are there, what can we see? If it wasn't for this, for us, some of us may not learn some of the things that is happening in other regions, and so we need a lot more viable, examples that we can point to, and the opportunity for us is to share, use these tools we've learned to improve on our local examples to promote these. A large segment of farm markets not suited or engaged. And this goes back to what extent are we working with the end users to implement these services. We have low level of farmer trust, all right? Those are the critical components we need to look. How do we build on farmer trust in digital climate advisory services? This is a sure way of driving adoption. I think in Sierra Leone example, when we're having the discussion, information is being shared, but then farmers want to see, evidence through, that face-to-face or peer learning. And these are all things that we need to take into account. Infrastructure challenge, all right? I'm only highlighting this because we've already said these things in our various discussions. last mile engagement challenges as well. So working, what solutions should we design so that we overcome those challenges? We shouldn't say because, yes, there's no data available, but what other solutions are there for us to scale them? The third point on this is collective actions that we can take to overcome these challenges. So working together through a community of practice, working with governments, establishing frameworks which we've been exposed to throughout these sessions, so that there's consistency across the regions, local, micro, small, and medium scale enterprises, impact investment, capacity building at the last mile. These are all very important. Empowering the local communities, for example, the one that was shared with us in Mali, how can we build on those to ensure that the last mile benefits from climate services? Investment opportunities which benefits parties in it through shared infrastructure, so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Leveraging bundled services, so blended finance, where either at the, and we can consider this at the global level, where government is seeking both donor support, private sector investment to help bring these things to serve farmers. Strengthening financial sustainability of farmer cooperative DCAS solutions. So how can we find business models that ensure sustainability? Then assessing the resilience and value of digital climate services under natural disaster conditions and severe droughts, severe disruptions. For example, what COVID taught us. So we should be measuring those impact, documenting and sharing those case studies. These are things that are going to help us build confidence to overcome the challenges that we've listed. Else, when there's no evidence of that, it's like, okay, we haven't tried it before, so no one is going to take it serious. So basically, we've gone through some of the best principles, a bit more dive deep. We've also looked at the stumbling blocks that can affect these challenges or the adoption of digital climate services. And we also looked at what we can do collectively to make them work. This is a case which is going to be a video of a solution that is being deployed by private sector, an international NGO with government to scale a digital climate advisory service. And I'll invite the technical team to play the last video on what a PPP example looks like for us to see. So if, wouldn't mind. Hope the internet helps us.
Agriculture here in Ethiopia is the backbone of the country. If you invest on agriculture, we can create a change. We believe we have a very good extension system, but still there is a limitation.
The government of Ethiopia, 50,000 development agents, together with model farmers who are encouraging fellow community members to be able to learn and take up new practices.
The amount of the development agent as compared to the population of Ethiopia, they're just too many.
Our approach at Digital Green is to partner with local organizations, and we use local
Christian. Please, Christian, if you don't mind, you could send the link to on the chat so that our colleagues online can also follow us. Okay.
Agriculture here in Ethiopia is the backbone of the country. If we invest all agriculture, we can create a change. We believe we have a very good extension system, but still there is a limitation.
The government of Ethiopia invested in more than 50,000 development agents, together with model farmers who are encouraging fellow community members to be able to learn and take up new practices.
The amount of development agents as compared to the population of Ethiopia, they are just too many.
Our approach at Digital Green is to partner with local organizations, and we use locally produced content to share best practices related to agriculture and health and nutrition. How can we make those organizations that are already working with these communities more efficient, and be able to make their programs more targeted?
በቀበሌያችን ለጤና ባለሙያነቴ ከዚህ ቀደም የጤና መልዕክቶችን የምናስተላልፍ ቤት ለቤት በመሄድ አንዳንድ በስብሰባ ቦታዎች በመገኘት በቤተ ክርስቲያን ሰው በተሰባሰበበት በመሄድ ለንግግር ነበር የምናስተላልፍ። አሁን በቪዲዮ ስናስተምር ያው አርሶ አደሮችን በየአካባቢያቸው በሚቀርባቸው ቦታ በመሰብሰብ በቪዲዮ በሚታይ ነገር እነሱ በሚገባቸው መንገድ በሚያውቁት እና በሚያውቁት ሰውና በሚያውቁት ነገር ላይ ተንተርሰው በቪዲዮ በማሳየት
The Digital Green approach has been institutionalized by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and by the regional bureaus of agriculture. Different activities are embedded at different levels of this public extension system. Every year, the government goes through a process to understand what are the issues that farmers are confronted by. Then researchers and policymakers for its training programs in the next year. And so in sync with that process is how we then think about how we will produce new videos.
ከዛዎች ግን በዋናነት ወረዳ በተለይ የቪዲዮ ፕሮዳክሽን ቲም ይባላል። እሱ ተደራጅቶ በዚህ መልካም የሚባሉ ተሞክሮች ላይ መሰረት አድርጎ አርሶ አደሩ የሚሰራቸውን ስራዎች ከአርሶ አደሩ ጋር ማለት ነው አይቶ የማመን ጉዳይ አድርጌ ስለምወስደው ማለት ነው። በቀላሉ አርሶ አደሩ የገለጽ ነው ማለት በቀላሉ መረዳት የሚቻል ስለሆነ በራሱ ቋንቋ በራሱ ስለሆነ ነው ቪዲዮ የሚሰራው።
That practice is going to be displayed to farmer members, and then they can be
many conversations around the videos being screened. The development agents are also recording data about who watched what video, what questions they asked, what practices people are interested in adopting. After the video is screened, development agents go to farmers' fields and see which of these practices that individuals actually adopt.
ተጨባጭ ነገር ስለሚሰጠን በእኔ እምነት ጥቅሙ በቀጣይ አርሶ አደሩ ያሉትን ችግሮች ለመፍታት በተለይ እነዚህ ዳታው ላይ ተመሰርተን ሰባ አናሊሲስ በጣም ጠቃሚ ነው።
Development agents are trained through the agriculture vocational educational and training institutions that the Ministry of Agriculture has established across the country. And the videos are now being introduced into the curriculum, both to train the development agents on the digital green approach of how to produce videos, how to facilitate the screening of these videos, how to collect data and feedback, but also we're introducing within the curriculum the use of videos to support the curriculum itself so that they now get to see in practical ways where an actual farmer is demonstrating a practice, how it was applicable, and the sorts of benefits that this farmer received. This whole process is changing the institution of extension. The process of creating the videos is driving consistency and quality of the information. Distributing these videos is building the capacity of the extension agents, and the use of data and feedback is enabling development agents to be able to focus their energies on those farmers that can better address the needs of the communities that they work with.
Seeing this video, even the attitude of the farmers is changing. They are critically demanding to fulfill the gap regarding the technical implementation. Digital green approach is becoming the most critical for the strategy which is already in place. And we know and believe we are bringing a difference.
Okay, so this is an example. Sorry. So we just seen an example of a public-private partnership module, and right, sorry, I was having some feedback. So please, if you recall what we just talked about, the principles in, establishing digital climate advisory services, and when you listen to the video, I'm sure we pick some elements of it, having, the end user in mind, all those other parameters that we talked about. So this is just to give us an idea of what an example using, public-private partnership looks like. Now, in terms of, just to synthesize it so we can, move on quickly, is the elements that we can see works for a public-private partnership. So one, that there needs to be some agreed set of principles and vision. We need to have a common goal in mind, what we want to provide, all right? And this is from both the government level, the private sector interest, or the public interest. We need to have a balance. We need also some sufficient time and space for trust building, all right? Between government, private sector actors, there has to be, time to create that relationship. And then also that facilitation needed. In some of the cases, we may have to, accelerate these relationship process. There's also a key contractual point that needs to be agreed on. We need to have upfront understanding that this technology that I'm bringing belongs to me, all right, and I'm protected from that, so that I come into the partnership knowing that somebody is not going to steal my idea, because those are the things that prevent we forming partnerships. So we need to consider these things and then work and address them upfront. We need to be open and fair with open, fair competition for service provision. And I think in Christian's presentation, he talks about cooperation if I got that correctly. Those are opportunities that we need to look at when it comes to PPP approaches. We need a strong coordination mechanism between government agencies. We know government is a very big animal. They have various processes. We say government is quite bureaucratic because of the way they operate, but then there has to be that strong coordination. And we need to consider that if we want a successful public-private partnership, there has to be a strong coordination with government. It may mean that we may have external support in helping us towards that. And we need to be mindful of those requirements. We also need to consider a progressive approach to the digital public, service provision in a public, policy, framework. And we also have to define roles very carefully. It has to be very clear what government role is, what the private sector role is, what other actor role is, so that we don't have, issues during implementation, like, okay, why are you in my space? Why are you doing what I'm supposed to be doing? So we need to define those roles very clearly. And these are key elements that will ensure successful public-private partnership. We need to use differential, pricing and cross-subsidization to achieve a public good. Now, we notice that some farmers have, information, and even between you and I, sometimes we may find it difficult to pay for information. If Google were to start charging us for every search we put in, I'm sure we'll have some concern. But somebody is paying for that. So we also need to bring that into our planning and our programming, that, okay, what service can we offer free, or what service can we, subsidize in a sense, so that there is, the system itself takes care of, its workings and operations. And the exercise we did in the business model is for us to really think critically. How do we ensure that on the revenue side, we're able to cover the cost, these systems? So I will pause here. If there are maybe some few questions that from the discussion someone wants to raise or inputs, I would briefly pause here. We will be going back into our work groupings, but I just want to pause here, take some questions on the presentation that we've done, and then we'll take the last session, the fourth session, and then we'll break into a work group, by which time we will be hopefully going for our lunch break. So I'll pause here for some questions. Any questions from online? Or yeah, we start from online. What's my screen sharing? Hello, online. Okay. All right, we can take some questions. Okay, I see one person's hand is up. Johnson, please, you can. My apologies, I didn't know my screen was not sharing. Let me just do this now quickly. But we can take the.
This has been a very, very fruitful experience. The whole exercise since yesterday to today has been well put together. But how do you actualize this at national level, where there are few in-person participants, large number of online participants, particularly the Nigerian situation? how do you implement this training at national level? Thank you.
Okay, we've taken that question. Any other, please, if you have questions in the with our online participants. Okay, in-house, do you have any questions? All right, please go ahead.
Nous avons vu dans les différentes vidéos que la présence des agents vulgarisateurs était parfois nécessaire à côté des producteurs pour les accompagner à mieux mettre en œuvre ce qu'on leur apporte. Mais cette présence-là a un coût. Ça a un coût. Et donc, lorsque les projets sont là, les projets peuvent accompagner pour assurer la durabilité de ces agents vulgarisateurs au niveau des producteurs pour que l'accompagnement puisse continuer. En d'autres termes, c'est la question de la pérennisation du conseil au niveau des producteurs qui se pose, quoi.
Okay. Thank you. I think Afolabi online, if you would, please go ahead with your question. If you would, please go ahead with your question.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Please go ahead with your question.
Okay. The question I have is in the area of the private-public partnership organization that you talk about. So brought into my mind the great concern on how do we also foster this, because the extension system in Nigeria, the ratio is alarming. So with the private partnership coming in, thinking what they can do is to start from a scratch. And you mentioned that they should build on existing template to say. So how do you think this will be possible with the private individuals having in mind profit to make, and then the government extension agent? How do you think we can make this possible? Thank you.
All right. So we have three questions here. Sort of managing the expectations between, okay, I see we have Justino Ashimnowo. Please go ahead. Yeah. Please go. Yeah. Please go. Yeah. Please go. This training nationally. Now, we all here, the essence of this training is a trainer of trainers. We have people from the government, we have people from research, academia, we have farmer groups, we have private sector actors, we have NGOs present here. Now, we all have a responsibility to take. At least that's what I understand this to mean. So if there's opportunity to take this at the national level, being a champion, an ambassador, next would be to say part of the objective that this program is seeking to achieve. where there are needs for support, there are opportunities, I think, to facilitate that. So the challenge will be thrown back to you to see how, if you are in the government, how would you want to help organize, or from, let's say if you take Nigeria, for example, or if the questioner is a Ghanaian or from any of the countries, how can I work with other colleagues from the same, country or the same ministry, organize the same training, internal for your ministry. Say we would want to take this, and this is the sort of help working with FARA and GCA to build this capacity internally, so that we are, becoming more, preaching the need for this sort of relationship, because that is the only way we can come to that, agreement. So at least that's a simple, or one of the answers I can give. I would maybe invite later on Olu to also add on to it if possible. The second question was, how do we sustain, the field training? Because we noticed that the farmers, after the watching, etc., they still had people going to the field. And if it's a project, how do we sustain it? I think we heard of some case examples from in-house here in Mali, where young people are being engaged and they are getting paid for that service through a bundled approach, where they are offering the tractor services, and they get to go and help farmers. They offer service, but as part of the service offering, they provide those training to the farmers. So we need to think out of the box, because we can't depend on projects alone. We know extension officers are very, they are not so many. So how are we managing those sort of relationship or engagement to equip them, where farmers who need those, in-person support, we are using those resources to help them. At least that's one example that I can give. And I think there are multiple ones that we can learn from, even from the room here, to see what works, what is working. For example, one of the reasons why we're trying this is also leverage digital innovations to promote that, where lead farmers can share their experience. They seen it in their farm, they can also adopt. So these are things we need to learn from. And the last question is private sector taking a central role in extension, and how do we marry that between government? I think these principles really have to come into play. We need to have clear, defined roles, all right? Because if private sector is playing extension role, there has to be, and we want to work together, then we need to really define the role. And I think earlier on in the principles, we also mentioned that if private sector is doing something that is not aligned to government regulation, government can pass a law and your activity comes to a naught. So you need to work in tandem. You cannot take government out of the equation. So if we want to succeed, then we need to look at what elements here can I do as a private sector entity working with government to facilitate or to make this. And it doesn't mean going alone. You can, through associations, through these community of practice at the regional level, etc., to achieve these goals. Yeah. Okay. We'll take some last few, round of questions, and then we'll just dive into the last fourth session.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about like the two case studies that we have done for Kenya. One is for the Ministry of Agriculture, and then there's one which was for, excuse me, iShapeUp. Both of them seem to be similar in terms of what they're doing the same thing. Is there a danger of now overcrowding, and what will that be? How will that look to, especially towards the farmer? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I think okay. So before we participants, those who need to take the COVID test before they travel, the team is around. So please, make sure that you're able to make yourself available to the team at the back, and then you can have the test done before, if you have to travel, given that you need, at least 24 hours. Okay. There's a question. Yeah.
So my question relates with the last questioner on the issue of overcrowding. So you indicated that DCA's standard and regulation by central digitization of agriculture is facing. So you have cases now where various platforms are springing up in all the countries, multiple platforms offering the same or similar services. Then central government is supposed to regulate some of these things. So I also have the feeling that if you are not able to regulate it very well, then there is too much overcrowding, and then it is the same group of farmers that we are targeting, and there is likely going to be a farmer fatigue, and then our intention of digitizing agriculture may not be achieved. So this is a concern that I want to express. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I think there are valid concerns that needs to be looked at, and the reasons for these guidelines and principles is to help us all align, because one, resources are scarce. So if we want to help farmers, like I mentioned, the goal is to be helping provide over 300 million smallholder farmers the ability to adapt, to be climate resilient. And so if we all have to work together, there is no need for duplication of efforts, right? And the other point too is we pick just examples. It doesn't mean that this is, representative of all the work that is happening. But then this is to point us, these are some of the services that are happening. We also see that in the examples that we gave, there are various partnerships. Some of them are private sector led, all right? Others are government led. But then there are gaps in those, service offering. How do we help to extend more services to farmers to make them more climate resilient, and hence help us achieve the digital agricultural transformation that we want to experience, where farmers are more resilient, there's food security, among others. So the long and short of it is that if, be it government, be it private sector, there's a role for us to play. And we being the, ambassadors, if I should use that word, or community of practice, we have to champion this. There's a lot of conversation going on. We know that climate change is real. We can't continue doing business as usual. So we need to find ways of working together to achieve a better service. It doesn't mean that what, for example, the examples we gave, they may be trying to reach farmers. They may be using different approaches. They may be, for example, in the case of the Kenya one, which is being done by the ministry, is an SMS application, right? So, and then the one we looked at for the Chamba one was a call center system, right? There's a component of a call center system. So we need to look at it in those perspectives. What can we do? There are a group that, for example, the ministry one is 7. There's a group that the iChamba one is 7. But how do we leverage on those experiences to make sure that farmers are getting the rights? And that's the essence of this discussion, so that we are noticing it and then taking actions to, create more, harmonized platforms that helps us to scale our innovations and services. Okay. Thank you so much. Yes. All right. Okay.
Thank you very much. You actually answered the questions very well. I just wanted to give a small addition to the first person who asked a question online about the number of people that were trained. And he cited the case of Nigeria. Yeah, we know it's a very large, huge population. There's no way we can train everybody, but I got your concern, my brother. But one of the things we are trying to do, let me say that actually here in this training, we ended up with a very good problem. I say it's a problem, but it's a good one. The response to this training was actually overwhelming. Initially, we knew that we might have some responses, so we decided to divide the training into 5 regions, only for West Africa. But the response we are getting was quite huge. For example, for online alone, we got over 1,200 people who asked to join online. And with Farah, they have to kind of screen down the number to a few manageable level. But the good news for you is we are under one of the projects that I mentioned yesterday, the livestock project in Nigeria. There is a component of that has to do with bringing in people and for consultation and maybe for some potential for training. So we can look into that possibility and see what can be done to address this, to bring more people. But again, we will not be able to train everybody, but at least we can try and improve on the number. So stay tuned. That's like to be middle of next year, 2023. But we'll keep you informed. Since we have your email addresses now, it will be easy for us to be able to reach out to people who have already expressed their interest. So stay tuned till May, June next year. Thank you.
I just want to add to what you already mentioned. The answer you already gave in the terms of overcrowding in digitalization space. I think a couple of people raised that concern actually, and then it comes back to again what Wolali has said about the role of the government in coordinating. I know that in many spaces, people have said that the same agri-tech solutions are serving the same farmers, collecting the same data, and sometimes lead to data fatigue on the part of farmers. Private partnership, the way in which government is able to coordinate the activities of the different agri is reduced to the barest minimum. Yeah, thank you.
Hello? Okay. So we'll look at the 4th session, which is build on what we did for the iChamber case, but trying to analyze it a bit more. So the work we did, I'll just do a quick presentation of that in terms of analyzing what it means for sustainability and scalability. And then we can come back in a group session and then ask some critical questions about how the innovations that we identified, which is the second part of the business model we worked on for our own use case, how can we ensure sustainability and scalability? That would be basically the major work we would do, and hopefully we can end it. Now for our next session, the main focus here is that we want to understand, how to understand, okay. The key elements when it comes to a sustainable and scalable digital climate service. We would also want to look at the business model, the essence of this, are there in implementation, and what enabling environments, be it within the PPP arrangements to ensure sustainability and scalability. So just to look at the case study we saw with iChamber, we noticed some very, interesting elements. In terms of the partners, right? And if you take the business model canvas that we looked at, we see that the service owner was a media company, right? It wasn't an agri-tech, but it's a media company that had a solution all right, was a TV program helping educate farmers, and now has evolved into offering these services. But they knew that they couldn't do it alone, so they had other partners on board. So you see the Research Institute, ICAT, and they also brought in a telecommunication company to help them to scale this innovation. So we need to be mindful that, yes, you may start an innovation, but then you have to consider all those elements we spoke about. And this is largely services that are important. When it comes to the data collection analysis, you could see here that the only capable, institution is, in helping them analyze the climate data or give them those support is the Research Institute, which is the International Center for Climate Agriculture in Kenya. They also saw the need to work with the ministry, right, which is the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, because that is going back to the governance issues. So we need to make sure that you can't be a silo, you can't work in silo. There is that critical need to work within a broader framework. And this goes back to all the things we spoke about in ensuring sustainability and also the 6 principles, if we should apply them. On the weather forecast and remote sensing, neither of these partners that brought this service have that capability, as you can see, but they work with other partners whose expertise gives them that opportunity. So, for example, they had Planet Village that was doing remote sensing, the expert advice in interpreting what the climate information is giving, applying it to the agronomy context so that they can deliver specific content to help farmers. We see weather forecasting, companies, we see the World Bank, etc., all involved in, contextualizing and making the service more context specific. And I think when we read the case study, we saw the county level profiles that they were able to make, because you need to localize it. You need to localize the services that you offer. And all these things are important to create value, to create trust. The data type that we see were being used were crop, livestock information, specific data. They also looked at other information that was important for their work they were doing. They recorded farmer information, because if you want to reach a farmer using maybe a telephone, you need their contact. You need to know what crop they are growing. All these things are very important. So these are the type of information that were used. The dissemination channels, as you can see here, and it goes beyond, right? They have a digital platform, which is a DigiFarm platform. They had a call center, they had an SMS, and then they were also providing periodic tips, weather forecast, market information. They had WhatsApp as a means. So it's not just one approach. You try to reach as many, through various channels. And these are things that we need to take into account. If we are thinking about sustainability, we are thinking about scalability, we need to see which partners do we need to work with to scale these innovations. The important and critical part is also about the revenue and financing. And there we see that they have a freemium subscription model for farmers. And then they also used donor funding as a way to, provide or drive the service offering. This is just a case that we're looking at. There are other case studies of commercial entities that are also offering these services. And there they are bundled into, and this is just for what we're looking at here is just advisory, only. But there are also models that incorporate bundle service, and there it is cross-subsidized because farmers are buying inputs, and so they benefit from all those things. So here we see key elements in the sustainability of the iShamba model is that the user here, which is a last mile challenge, they were very determined. It's serving the smallholder farmer. That's what their focus was. How can they reach the smallholder farmer? They also looked at offering some bundle services to promote efficiency through specialization. So here we noticed that they were offering dynamic advisory services, which integrate weather forecast, which looked at climate, seasonal climate predictions, which looked at incorporating remote sensing data. You could be just offering, information, just, okay, rain, but then to create strong value, it has to, be more dynamic, it has to be more smart, all right, to serve the needs of your customers. And this is what they sought to do. In addition to that, they also looked at offering specific advisory service, and this goes into, for example, the paid service, all right, where they were offering acute, alerts or threats, including low cost and fall alarm. So if you want a premium service, you pay for it. These are the models that can help, at least it's helping them to serve. And this is what I picked up from the case study that we looked at. So we need to consider in our own use case, the second business model with it, what can we do to ensure that we are not only relying on freemium or donor funding, but we are incorporating a way for the service to be, to pay for itself long term. So that when funding is seized, you can still offer that support. We also noticed that they focused on the most responsive part of the population, right? So they focused on the affluent, right? That's where they started from. But then there is a huge opportunity for them to reach the poorer group. How can you, do that? At least they establish from a place early adopters, and then they move on. And you need to be mindful of that. Who are the users that can take on this technology, this service faster, and I can prove a case and then extend it beyond just the ordinary. Also promote, one of the other components we see here is promote the adoption of government standards and regulations. They didn't go alone. All right, so that's the question you asked. If you are doing it alone, then you are likely to fail. It will not last. You would, in no time, that service will not be there. If you really want to be sustainable and scalable, you have to be thinking of how you can work with government institution or, in a framework that supports the broader conversation within the country or region. That is the way to be sustainable and scalable. And in the iChamber case, we see that they work with international. The other elements we want to look at here on sustainability is the shift to an inclusive market approach when designing and implementing. And one of the things we notice in their model is that they move to a cross-channel platform, all right, and then localize content to the growing base. So it's not just offering it through initially we're doing television, right? Now they move into call center. Now they have a mobile app, etc. The other opportunities that you need to consider as you design these innovations, and we don't need to do this alone. Great. What are the cost elements that we need to also factor in our business, the services that we are looking to, design? And these have implication on the sustainability and scalability. So the infrastructure, we are looking at meteorological, hydrological, and remote sensing data. Are you in a position to be able to pay for this information? If it's available, open source, or through government or through donor partnerships, how can you access this to make sure that you're offering more tailored service? Telecommunication, we are talking digital. And in Africa, the easiest and most prolific way that we are getting connected is through the mobile phone. How are you considering cost of what government's role in this? Because that can cost you your service. It can cost you the innovations that you are trying to bring along. What standards and protocols and regulations are in place? Are you in, in alignment with these regulations? What human-centered approach processes are you, using to build your services? Are you just doing your own research and then going, deploying the service, taking cost, to build a platform or the service, and then before you go and test it, or you are talking to the beneficiaries who will use it, and that is informing the solution that you want to develop? What partnerships are you forming to help reduce here, here, yes. Hello everyone. Whilst we are waiting, I will just encourage us to look at the assessment. Please try and complete the assessment. We've done for session 1, 2, 3. So please make sure that you are completing the assessment. I encourage you to use your laptop. All right. The phone, the space is quite small, so you are not able to see the whole, spectrum of information. So please kindly consider using your laptops to complete. If you have any challenge, just let me know, and then I'll be of help. Is that okay? And Richard is also here to help. Yeah, only one came. Have they done the rest? Yeah, I've already updated. The other ones have not been done. So yes.
Yeah, I'm using a phone, but I'm only able to see
Yes.
page 1.
So that's what I want to
Yeah.
for us to work on. session, which is basically the looking at the scale for these innovations and specifically how we can be part of a a community of practice to share ideas, to find ways to collaborate, and also challenge us to take on all the issues that we mentioned. What role am I going to play to make that impactful in my community, region, country, region as a whole. So I will take this moment just to walk us through the presentation. I know the online team have already been working on their slides, but just for us who just went to lunch and came back. So, okay. I think the screen is sharing. Okay, so this is for activity, practical activity 3.1. The main thing here is that with the exercise we did, we're going to carry on. In the morning, we looked at two cases. One was iShamba, where we applied a business model. And then we also took one idea or a digital decals that we wanted to implement from our country. We're going to take that case that we want to implement and look at potentially at least two solutions to the challenges that would apply or that would affect its implementation, and then two obstacles that we see will be or will affect the growth of a PPP relationship in that particular DCAS service that we want to promote. So what is the impact of a PPP relationship? If you remember the list of elements we have to look at, the obstacles, how would that idea you are proposing, how would it address those obstacles that may face you in scaling this innovation? So that is the main assignment on practical activity, the session 3.1. And then we will take that into account into the practical activity. The link to that is what we have here. So please take note. We're going to borrow from what we did in the first. I know some teams had it on, wrote it on in the model canvas. They took a picture of it. So you apply it to this particular case. And if I just click on this link, at least we can just look at how it looks like. So specifically, let me just go through it quickly. So you can see this is for online group. See how they've been very busy working on some of the challenges. So you look at two solutions. Sorry, let me move this away. Okay, so we look at two solutions to the challenges, and then two solutions to the challenges of, the implementation of the DCAS service, and then two challenges to the PPP partnership for that particular, DCAS service that you have identified in your group. All right, you apply the models we've learned on the PPP partnership, and then propose solutions to make sure that it can scale. You work with a public-private, partnership, and then so that will be the assignment for session 3. I hope we are following. Okay, so and then we would look at session 4, which is. So please take note. This link will be available. I will share. The online team has already gone through it, so we are behind. So we need to work for that. So I'm giving 45 minutes for both session 3 and 4. And for us here, we are going to work on the session, practical activity 4. And in this case, we're going to answer these quick questions. Which is, what challenges does your community face that could be addressed with this digital advisory service? All right. And then you discuss in your group and choose one of the problem areas to which the advisory service can be introduced. So this is really applying it in more context, specific. And then we look at, so the 2 challenges in my community, and then what the common, so I'm reading this one. Are there any commonalities, or are they common to several communities? All right, rearrange, them and select one problem area. And then we would look at the final one, which is here. You discuss in your group and choose one problem area to which an advisory service can be introduced. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, but we can adopt an existing service to make this, or to solve this problem. So these are the 2 main activities we're going to do. Right after that, we'll come together in a plenary. We'll select from the teams. We'll present, first of all, the case. Now we have the business model. Then we look at the 2 problems to implementation, the 2 problems to PPP arrangement, how we're going to solve them. And then we talk about the practical, how we can practically apply it. That would wrap up our activity for section 3 and 4. And we have to finish this within the 45 minutes that we have. It's not, I don't think it's very complicated. Is that okay?
Yes. Okay.
Good. So we'll just go back into our groups. Session 3, this is a work group. So please I'll make this available. So this is for session 3. For the rapporteurs, you can still get access to this. You scan it and then it opens up on your computer. So we go back into our groups and then we start working. So 2 solutions to problems that we identify in the implementation, and how we can scale them, 2 problems, and then how we can solve in a PPP relationship. Is that okay? Okay. Now please take note that we encourage you to make time to do your evaluations. If you have a problem, please let me know. I'll be happy to help for those inside in the building. If you are online, please send your questions in the chat and we'll help you complete the assessments. Are there any questions?
No.
Okay. All right then. We go into our groups and we start working. Please. Thank you.
Let's People need the link.
Yeah. It's very difficult to bring that. Yes. So it's like, the challenge is like how to bring So what we are discussing maybe in certain the first challenge that is where to assess the initial reception. So, first of all, the service we want what are the challenges? I'm saying that the first challenge for the service, for this service, is solving like the initial so we have some ideas that we want
We are working from right to left.
And then the second challenge. So right now we are on the so what are the best one is and then the second one we the part that we have what we media advisory. So we are supposed to have one, but the second part that we are the second one. So the second one is not just like a new one. The part of is really for can be the same to identify the figures. So that's what I'm saying. We have the first one. Then we have to talk about How is the lack of synergy between
Okay, thank you so much for the energizer. What we're going to do is to invite group presentations. So we are going to, bring everything together, all that we've done since morning. So we'll have, yes. Okay, okay, good. Okay, I hope you can hear me. We're back in the plenary and we're going to have two sets of presentations. One will be in-house and then one will be from online. For the in-house, the physical presence, we'll have the team green, that's I think group 7, to present. And then online we'll have the orange team, that is group 3, to also present for us. So we would invite the team in-house. Their rapporteur will come, one person to present the business case, and then we'll look at the challenge that we had, and then would end with the 4th session that we just did. So please, if the team is ready, the rapporteur can come over to present for us. Yep. Okay. All right. You present the business model, and then, so we have the business model, the challenges, and then the application. Yeah, so this is your group, right? Is that correct? Good. No. This is not yours? This is yours? Yeah, good.
Okay, so for group 7, the English team, we have the business model canvas, and the key partners we identified, some of them were the research institutions, so we could involve most of the research institutions, the media partners, and the meteorological services as well. We also mentioned that we could also involve the input dealers. We also looked at the key activities that could be done, and then we talked about the key stakeholder and partner engagement. That is, we will use that platform to disseminate information, get feedbacks and all that. We also spoke about the content generation and then the need for assessment and then content dissemination. So in all the stakeholder and partner engagement, we could do all that I've mentioned and then we move on. So the key resources, we identify infrastructure, that is both audio, video, and text. So the audio, we could use mobile phones, and the video we could use televisions. So the text will be in either on a social media platform or SMS. Then we spoke about funding and human and material resources. So some of the material resources we identified were the radio, phone, and camera. We also identified time as a key resource. We also looked at the value proposition, and then we talked about the mass communication. When we talk about mass communication, we looked at the TV, mobile, audio, and then the video and text as well. We also spoke a lot about sharing timely information of weather conditions and early warnings to the farmers. We also looked at periodic tips, that is giving them information about anything that they have to know. And then we spoke about the market information, both prices and cost of inputs. And we looked at the customer relationships And we all know that a good customer relationship is very essential when it comes to the business model canvas. And we looked at the interactive customer relations. And some of the things we identify under them are the hotlines, social media platforms. We can use the WhatsApp groups. So some of the social media platforms we identified was the YouTube. And we also said we are going to give constant feedback from the farmers. We are going to receive constant feedback from the farmers. And then we are also going to provide them with the essential information. And we also talked about trust and credible information flow. So we are going to make sure that whatever they tell us, we are not going to disseminate it anyhow. We are going to really work on it for them. We looked at the channels, and the various channels we identified were radio, TV, SMS, and social media. And we also want to talk about customer segments. And one of them is the smallholder and commercial farmers, geographical location, livestock crops and fisheries, and affluent and poor farmers. We identified the cost structure, and some of them are human resource costs, infrastructure costs, including radio, TV station, and equipment. We know that all these things are not for free, so we also have to factor all that. And then content production and dissemination cost as well. And then the cost to telcos, that is the airtime and then the data usage as well. And we also looked at the revenue streams, the donor funders, and then government, farm organization. We know that some of these farm organizations in our various countries are also able to generate revenues for such activities. We also looked at agro-businesses, and under them we put that they also help us in advertising, and then subscriptions. And so these are some of the things we identified and will be applying under the business model canvas for the DCAS of Agritech for our group. So maybe you can clap for group 7, we've done well.
Two. All right. So we go to challenges. Yeah. Yeah. This one?
No. We didn't type it here.
You didn't type it here? Where did you type it?
We did. This one is for
This one is when?
another section.
Okay. All right. How about the fourth section?
The fourth one.
Okay. All right. So just talk about the last one.
Just this one.
Yeah, this one. So this is section 4.
Okay, so for section 4, we discussed within our group and chose one problem area in which an advisory service can be introduced to our farmers. And one of them was to provide timely, credible information and advice, and this will be done in the local language. We specify the local language because we know most of our farmers are in the rural areas, and for them to really understand what we want to tell them, we have to communicate in a language that they'll be able to understand. We also said we will include bundle of service, that is finance and agro input as well. And the three challenges we identified were inconsistent climate information, low productivity due to climate variability, and the third one was low extension farmer agent ratio. So these are the group members, and I am the rapporteur. Marilyn Yeboah is my name. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mallory, for the presentation and the work of Group 7. I would invite the orange group. Let me see if I got the name right. Please, if you can raise your hands, the technical team will allow you to present. Ms. Loris.
Alors, bonjour. Je ne sais pas si je me fais entendre. Allô? Ok, bonjour. Moi, c'est mon tour, Maurice Olivia. Je présente la solution SMAC Aquaponie. Donc, la solution SMAC Aquaponie, je vais d'abord définir ce que c'est. C'est une solution de monitoring d'un système aquaponie. Un système aquaponie, c'est un système fermé de culture de poissons d'un côté et de produits maraîchers d'un autre côté, hors sol. Donc, l'un sert à l'autre, en fait. Bon, je vais entrer dans le business model Canvas. Comme partenaire, on a une organisation qui s'appelle You Connect, qui est un programme d'accompagnement de jeunes de 35 ans, qui a eu le prototypage de l'équipement en question. On a JFN Center, qui est un accélérateur de croissance d'entreprise, qui permet le déploiement de la solution sur le terrain à grande échelle, parce que la solution, elle est utilisée à très peu d'échelle. Donc, on a CAMFAS, qui est une association qui travaille en partenariat avec le ministère de l'Agriculture, qui est dans le développement des solutions IT. On a le GEFS, qui est un groupe à vocation d'éleveurs sanitaires, un groupe d'éleveurs à vocation sanitaire, qui est une association du ministère de l'élevage. Donc, comme partenaire clé de la solution, on a Agritechnologie Africa, qui est l'entreprise même qui développe la solution. Donc, on a le ministère de la Jeunesse par son financement. On a CAMFAS, qui aussi a contribué au prototypage de la solution. Et GEFS, avec qui on projette de financer à grande échelle la solution. Et les partenaires, bon, les activités principales liées à la solution, la mobilisation des producteurs, notamment les producteurs des produits maraîchers, sol et hors sol, mais on a commencé par des productions hors sol. Les éleveurs aquacoles, on a la formation et la sensibilisation des produits bio, la formation et la sensibilisation de la digitalisation. On a aussi des bootcamps, des sessions de formation, des bootcamps organisées par le ministère de la Jeunesse. Et on a aussi des renforcements de capacités organisés aussi par le ministère de l'Agriculture. Donc, la solution en elle-même, elle permet d'améliorer le changement climatique, d'améliorer les situations néfastes dues au changement climatique. Donc, ça permet aussi de minimiser les pertes agricoles. Ça améliore la santé Ça permet d'accroître la sécurité alimentaire à travers la diversité biologique. Ça permet aussi d'améliorer la gestion durable des terres agricoles. Donc, les relations que nous avons avec des clients, on a des clients entreprises, on a des clients consommateurs directs. Donc, on a avec des entreprises agricoles, des sessions de formation, la maintenance de l'équipement. On a aussi, avec le consommateur direct, on a juste l'installation et des deux, on a le développement des contrats de vente et de livraison de nos kits et de nos produits bio. Donc, la principale voie de commercialisation, c'est par les plateformes digitales. Et d'autres qu'on n'a pas mentionné, c'est le contact direct avec les entrepreneurs agricoles pour leur faire comprendre, leur faire connaître la solution et les inciter à acheter. Donc, et nos clients, on a les petits agriculteurs, on a les clients individuels et on a aussi des consommateurs bio. Les charges qui sont liées au développement de la solution sont notamment les achats des matières premières, les charges fixes et variables de l'entreprise qui est Agritechnologie Africa qui développe la solution. On a la conception au et aussi l'hébergement de la plateforme. La solution rapporte de l'argent par la commercialisation, notamment du kit aquaponie, de la solution Smart Aquaponie, des formations données, de l'installation de la solution, de la vente et de la maintenance de la solution. Donc, sur ce, j'en ai terminé. Merci.
Thank you so much for this great presentation. I think this is another model. I think we would classify this as among the bundled services. The first one that was presented was mainly advisory, but this is looking at a bundled service where they are offering bioproducts in culture in a sense for various stakeholders, so consumers, for young people, for farmers, among others. And we can see the application of digital climate advisory service in this. So it's not just information, and at least we can see one example of the bundled service being presented by our online team. We'll move to, if they could go ahead and help us present the final question on, let me see. Okay. I don't think that has been done here. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and then finalize, go to our last session, which is how do we bring these solutions to scale? You want to help me on this? That's session 5, which is the last session for the on the training. So we need to clap for ourselves again. Yeah. Awesome. So session 5 or module 5 is looking at how do we bring this to scale. The conversation here is looking at the broader landscape that we have. The objective of this session is how can we describe the landscape in our region? How do we interact with others like we have here in this community, using online discussion forums, which will be introduced to, I think emails have been sent already on D groups to help us create that community to engage. And then also some other platforms that are also listing potential DCAS products that are available in other regions for us to consider. And the opportunity to reach out across or learn from regions in supporting DCAS in those country perspective. So knowing who we are, it's very important. And this is part of the scaling process. You should know your environment. And one of the key things we can look at, and I think Christian did define in his presentation, is a perfect team, policy makers, entrepreneurs, financial mobilizers, extensionists, educators, communicationists, communication experts, technology generators, and operators. These are key stakeholders that we need to consider in our quest to scale these digital climate advisory services. Now, the sector can cut across, just like we heard from our team, the Orange team. We saw that the application of DCAS was in livestock, in aquaculture. We also heard from Group 7, the application of it in farming. So the sectors vary, and we should not just restrict ourselves, because we have pastoralists, we have, crop sector, we have forestry, we have processing and transformation, nutrition and health, and all these are very important in the discussion. There are already activities going on mapping some of these resources. And so please look out when you get access to the resources. Please reach out and identify some of them that can help you in your region. And I think yesterday we did present some of these platforms. So one of which is the Digital Agri Hub, which is an online platform mapping digital solutions in general. So not just limiting it to DCAS, but then across board. We also have the CADESA mapping of digital innovation tools as well. GSMA is also a platform that is mapping these digital innovations or digital services. And so you would want to explore these tools to learn what is happening, not only in your country, but in other parts of the region. These are some lessons that we can identify from some of the cases that have been already available. So for example, what enabling environments are there for these digital solutions, and how can they be adapted to the country context? So you are looking at digital government, the presence on use of digital services in public, in public service delivery. Digital business, here we're looking at the development of robust marketplace for digital trade, digital finance and services, among others. IT infrastructure, you are looking at how affordable, what is availability, accessibility, resilient, reliable the infrastructure is. When you talk about internet, how stable is it? How reliable is it? The innovation drive, entrepreneurship, You need people with that entrepreneurial drive in this ecosystem to drive these innovations and services. So what homegrown solutions are there? Which firms are available that you can partner with in country, in the region, to provide and generate world-class services? What is the digital literacy like? These are things we need to look at. What is the level digital, readiness of the users? What assets do they have? We need to have all of these, at the back of our mind. And this we can learn also within the ecosystem as we try to scale the service. The last also is on policy, regulatory, and frameworks that are available. So if it's at the government level, ministerial level, what are other countries doing? What examples can we learn from to improve the work we're doing? These are other experiences. This is coming from GSMA, where they are mapping the various digital innovations using the model that we looked at earlier on. So you have access to services from digital advisory all the way to smart farming, in and so on. And also practical models, revenue models that are available, which we can learn from. So for example, what we saw in the presentation from the Orange team is that they are providing training to farmers, to entrepreneurs as a way to generate revenue for their service. These are all innovations that you can learn from sharing within this community of practice. So how do we organize ourselves to share? I think these are questions that we need to ask ourselves and ask, community of practice, trainer of trainers, embarking this journey. We need to be asking ourselves, are there interests of, different categories of stakeholders across the region, and how, different are they? What interests and what value chains are operational in these regions, and how different they are from what we know? What can we learn from them? Are there needs of our countries that are different or in other contexts? What are the commonalities that we can learn from each other? What are the pain points that we see is in Togo, it's in Ghana, it's in Nigeria, that we can, pull resources from? And then what are the collaboration models that we can build together across these regions? So these are food for thought that we all have to, challenge ourselves. It's not that we're going to pass that information and then this is the answer to the solution, but then we all are going to hold ourselves accountable to say that this is what I know is, or what I know can work. How does it apply? And we together learn and propose solutions that we can share from. That brings us to the end of session 5. And the big activity here, I would say, is that we all have been invited. If you can check your email, if you don't have access, FARA has already set up a community of practice, which is the FARA Data Information Service community of practice. That is going to be made up of members that took part in this training of trainers, where we are going to, sort of the beginning of a lot more collaborations that is going to come forth. And so please take note of this URL, and then, we'll be doing a quick activity now. And right after this, when I wrap up, we would engage for us to register onto this platform so that we already, registered members. I've already done my own. When I got the email, I immediately registered. So I'm already on this community of practice page that FARA set up for the Digital Climate Advisory Service. So please take note of this and then join. To recap what we've done so far, there are a couple of activities, but for the sake of time, please, when you receive the handouts, you can make time to go through. We have looked at what, in this session, what the regional level is in addressing, issues at a regional level, we need solutions or platforms that we can communicate. And we're already setting up now for us to share information, build a critical mass so that we can bring about those changes. And one thing that I would like us to take from this is that we all owe ourselves a responsibility to work together, to join forces, adapt, amplify, and accelerate the work that we are setting up, because climate change is not a future problem, it's a now problem. And if you and I hold ourselves to the task, we can bring solutions that are working elsewhere to solve problems in our own regions. I would like to thank you all for the opportunity to helping us facilitate this session. I hope that in the subsequent, program that we'll be holding, we're going to improve upon it. And the reason we ask for those assessments so that we measure how best we can improve the content, the examples, among others. I don't know if where's Richard? Because I know that there are some assessment. Okay, so for those online, please just take note of this, because for the in-person team, we'll be distributing, I think we've already distributed some devices. So please online, kindly complete the assessment for section 5. And yeah, we'll take it from there. But thank you so much for your attention. This for online. Okay, so use yours. Online are using this one. Yeah. Okay. Can we connect here for now? Yes. Here. Can you just okay online now? No, yes, still. Yes. I don't know, can I see? Getting to the closing session, and we will need to have an assessment of the 2 days event, and we shared key parts to everybody. So you just press the C on the keypad to put it on. We're going to use that for this particular assessment. But with them, there's going to be a written part of the assessment, which the link has been shared with you on your emails. So everybody should have received an email with a link. That will be the later part of it. So that one can be done after this assessment or this activity. So I'll run through the slides. It's both French and English. So the French is at the top, and then the English is at the top, and then the French is below. So our French participants will have the opportunity to effectively participate in this particular assessment. So I'm going to run through the slides. You just read it and then you press the corresponding alphabet. So question 1 is projected, and when you on your keypad, you have 1, 2, 3 through to 9, and then you have alphabets A to J on it.
So if you agree with A, you just locate A on your keypad and then you press it. And when you are through, we move on. No, you can choose to press OK or just leave it that way. Yes. Yes, so you can start voting. You just read the question projected and then you vote. 59 keypads were shared, and so far, okay, 60 keypads were shared, and so far I have 25 votes, meaning a lot of us are not voting. Yeah. Okay, so with the use of the keypad, I think I'm too tall. Okay. You press the C, just press and hold it for a while, it will come on. You see a network bar and then an R, alphabet R at the top, meaning it's on. Mind you, you can't vote twice, you only have the chance to vote once. When you vote and then you change the number again, it cancels your previous vote and picks the current vote. That's how the device works. Okay. All right, so we have more remotes. They'll be distributed. We'll give you a different remote. If your remote is not on, just put up your hand and we'll replace it for you. So let's try it one more time on this particular question. We have 38 people who have voted out of 59. So we have 42 people who have voted so far. Yes, you can choose to press the OK or you just press the number and you leave it. It picks the vote. Yes. Yeah. So 44 people voted so far. Okay, so let's go to the next question.
So you can vote.
You want to see?
The trade was set by level of government skill. Okay. So, Richard, can you post?
Where is it? Yes. Yeah. So we have 27 people who have voted so far. Yes, this particular question. No, the previous one you're not supposed to see because it was a trial. That's why I just brought it out for you to see. By the end of it, I'll run the results for you all to see. Oh, you don't have a report. We have 38 people who have voted so far. Okay, we'll move to the next question. So this is the next question. Kindly vote. Question 2. So it's escape in numbering. Escape in numbering. Yeah. Yeah. One person voted so far. So just when you press, you click OK. You just press and you click OK. Yes. No, it's alphabet and numbers. So it's just for the flexibility of the keypads. Sometimes it behaves that way. For you to know that when you press an alphabet, you get a number. Yeah. So let's go to this question. Okay. So far. On this particular question, 39 people have voted so far, and okay, 40. Okay, we are going to the next question. So this is the next question. Okay, we move to the next question. Okay, so we move to the next question. 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 Okay, so thank you very much. These questions have been shared with you via email. It's embedded in a link. So when you open your emails, then you follow the link and then just go and answer. These are text questions. So once you answer them, we will receive it. Thank you very much for your kind contribution. Yes. So we can just flash through and see how the results look like from our vote. So an average of 43 people were actively voting, and then the rest were not actively voting. So with this particular question, this was how the graph looked like. We recorded very low. Yeah. And then this goes. And then this question was repeated, so he just picked only one vote. And then this is how it goes. Yes.
That's the point for us to pause and to review. This is a point to pause and to review the result. I mean, the evaluation, I think this is honest. You get it? You're not saying yes when you mean to, in your mind, you want to say no. So this is telling us that the time allocation was not appropriate because majority, 18 out of how many now, are saying no, it's poor. D means poor. You get it? And C just said okay. Yeah. So, participant, in your own opinion, just tell me. I take 2 comments only. In your own opinion, this type of training, how many days do you think we should have allocated to it? Please, the hands that I see first are the hands that I take. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Just 4. Okay, tell me, in one word, how many days? Use your microphone because people are also online.
Minimum of 5 days.
5 days? Okay, please, your...
5 jours. 5 jours.
5 days, okay. Yes. 4 days.
At least 4 days.
4 days. Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, let me take from a lady. Yeah, there is a lady there. Okay, please tell me how many days do you think we should have allocated?
Bonsoir.
Yeah.
Mon nom c'est Diara Afsatou. Je pense que 4 jours est suffisant pour cette formation.
4 days. 4 days. That's okay, Dr. Lu. I think we put that, and we put that in our record. Thank you.
Okay, so we go ahead to review the results together.
This is good. Thank you. Subject. Yes, thank you. This is good. Was clear and understanding. Yeah.
So to the facilitator, the moderator will.
The majority was saying that the subject matter was clear and understandable. But a situation where I get about 30% that is still saying, yeah, they just okay, I'm worried. Okay, I'm worried. And I want to give you opportunity to tell me, if you have an opinion, how do we enhance it? How do we enhance it? I just want maximum 3. How do we enhance? 1, 2. Now, okay, 3, the lady. 3, the lady. So please tell me, how do we enhance to ensure that the understanding will be clearer than what we've done now?
Okay, so
are you taking note or it's going on the video?
So I'm Steven. My suggestion will be that out of the 5 models, I think one person shouldn't handle all for the 5 models. The facilitators should be more than 1 for all the 5 models. Thank you.
Yeah, more than 1 facilitator. That's a good one. Yes, the second hand.
The other.
Yes, please.
For me, I think that we need more infographic in terms of pictures when we are representing the models.
Okay.
It's 2 more tests.
Oh, okay. So much text. Of course, we understand that 1 picture is 1,000 words. Okay, thank you very much. That is noted. Yeah, the lady, don't talk too much. Just pen. In French.
Ok. En fait, je me dis que si les diapos aussi étaient en français, ça allait être encore plus clair pour nous les francophones.
Okay, yes, that's also very, very vital that the slide, since it's Anglophone and Francophone, we can have slide for French and all those stuff. Even if the presenter is doing it in English, at least the Francophone, they have it in French and they can follow on their system. That's brilliant. Thank you. Okay, I take this last one.
Yes, so for me, the reading materials, I mean, the availability.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, they could be packaged and given to us. As we go along, we read.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Possibly what you wanted to say that you did not say is that it will be good for us to have like a reading material, and we can provide it for you maybe a day before, that to read this and let's come and teach. Is that?
Yes.
Okay? That's okay. That is taken. No, please, I can't take all aunts that want to say something about this. Okay, let me take you before I get accused of marginalizing the men.
I think it still comes back to the time allocation. I mean, if we have more time, we could have splitted the models across the various days and have a lot of discussion for a particular model, which would enhance the understanding.
Okay, you want us to add more time. Thank you. That is noted. Okay, please move. Was responsive to questions. I think this is good. Was able to motivate participation. This is also good. Adjusted the pace of the training. Yes, this is also very good. Thank you. Okay.
And now the written one. Yes. Thank you very much for your assistance in the evaluation. Thank you.
Okay, and let's do Akama. Wow. Yeah, thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I am very pleased with this audience and the audience online. Thank you for your honest opinion. And I think everything you said is going to help in shaping the subsequent training in other sub-region and the follow-up training and endeavor that we will need to put together. Now let's get into the closing and do very smart closing. Please come and, IT, please come and look at this screen. I don't know what's happening to it. So we get into it. I want to test you, okay? I want to test you. If I'm going to ask you to summarize this 2 days workshop in 2 words, 2 words, maximum 2 words, what are you going to say? Maximum 2 words. And I'm going to do random, and I'm going to take 10 individuals. Two words only. So reflect. Because you don't know if I will come to you. 2 words. No, put down your hand. I will do random. 2 words only. Okay? Atama. Interesting, exciting. Interesting and exciting. That's very good. Yes. Professor. Don't use your microphone. Oh, great and wonderful. Okay, great and wonderful. Mami, you've been very quiet for 2 days. Tell us.
Interactive. Very interactive.
Okay, very and interactive.
Collaborative and informative.
Collaborative and informative. Ma'am?
Très intéressant et très inclusif. Merci.
Yes. Interesting and inclusive. Please, I hope someone is just putting down this word. Interesting and inclusive. Okay, yes, please give him a timer.
Oui, très très important. Très très important.
Okay, please someone help me with that. Very important. Very, very important. No, mommy, I won't joke you.
Educative and informative.
Educative and informative. Now for the last 3. If you repeat anything that has been said, we will still ask you to say it again, to say something new. Okay, Rick?
Timely and relevant.
Timely and relevant. Oh my God. That's 3 words already.
Fun. Fun and interactive.
Huh? Yes, it's fun and interactive.
Pratique. C'était pratique aussi parce qu'on a fait beaucoup d'études de cas.
Okay, very practical and it gives some work. Yeah, thank you for those very kind comments. I mean, we are keen to have those comments, and it goes also into our report. You know what I'm going to do with those comments? I'm going to put it in a word web. You get it, so that people can see what your candid opinion is. You know what? You know what? You don't need to be politically correct in a technical meeting. The only way in academics and research, the only way we generate superior knowledge is to critique, to review, to unpack, to dismember, to counsel, to ask you to go and rewrite and resubmit. Yeah, it is the ethics of university and research system. It is in our DNA. And that is the only way we generate superior knowledge. So when you are in this type of meeting, don't be afraid of being labeled a critic. The best people in the university are the critical ones. Did you get me? So please, feel very free to be critical. That is the way we generate superior knowledge. Did that make sense? Now, I will take the second one and then begin to bring it to a close. Now, I'm going to give 5 or 6 or 7 countries opportunity to tell me in a sentence or two, how do you want to take this forward at the country level? How do you want to take this forward at the country level? So please breathe down and reflect for a minute. I've been trained as a trainer, okay? I'm carefully selected from a country. So I am the representative of this DCAS in my country. How do I want to take it forward? What steps do I want to take Monday morning on this? So reflect. Don't just tell me spontaneous things. Think about what, if I put it down, I can run after you and call you that, are you? Now, if you want to say something, let me see your hand. Because many more individuals are from the countries. Okay, so please, I've seen your hand, I'll come to you definitely. Okay, now if 2 individuals are from a country, I will take only one. So let me start from the giant of Africa, 220 million people. Nigeria population.
I will share this exposure and knowledge to people around me who are interested in agriculture.
I'm not satisfied. How will that scale DCSA? You will share it with them.
I will share it with them formally and informally.
Formally and informally. What about engagement? How do you measure your engagement? Because it's like you are diffusing knowledge, and you diffuse and you expect it. It's like throwing into the air.
That's why I said people who are interested in agriculture. It's
yeah. Okay. Yes, you don't want to give me another answer, so I've taken yours. That is Nigeria taken already. Which country? Nigeria. Yes, please. Go ahead.
No, c'est le Sénégal.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
C'est bon?
Yes, c'est bon.
Voilà, merci. Une fois au retour, je pense très bien que moi je suis éleveur, membre d'une organisation professionnelle d'éleveurs, et il y a également les représentants du ministère qui sont là. Donc, et on a d'excellentes aujourd'hui relations avec la NACIM, donc, qui est au Sénégal. Donc nous pensons également en collaboration en tout cas avec l'ensemble de ces acteurs-là, une fois au pays, on va travailler ensemble pour bâtir en tout cas un modèle, plan d'affaires et essayer d'opérationnaliser ça auprès des éleveurs. Merci. C'est ça.
Thank you very much. We are going to take you we're going to take you seriously on that, and we'll follow up with you, because you're going to set up a group, discuss with them, and from there you take it forward. So I've taken also from Niger. Okay, Nigeria, Niger. Oh, Senegal. Okay. Sierra Leone. Oh, yes. Hey, Sierra Leone and the Creole language, I like it.
I'm representing Sierra Leone.
So, Richard, are you writing?
Is my name.
Bumi, are you writing? Please let someone write. You are recording, okay?
This is a very great innovation that will be taken over to Sierra Leone.
Okay.
And on our return, we hope to bring stakeholders together, especially the Ministry of Agriculture.
Okay.
That have been lacking in developing something of this kind of innovations, technological innovations.
Okay.
So we are going to stand strong as to become ambassadors.
Okay.
To train more people.
Okay.
On diecast.
Okay. Thank you very much. You're going to take more people. Yes. What country? Ghana? No, I'm not taking you for Ghana. Benin. Use your microphone. I'm going to take you.
Oui, merci.
Yes.
Eh bien, le Bénin est très honoré d'être à ce rendez-vous de formation des formateurs. Et le Bénin a été représenté par l'Organisation des producteurs et par la direction qui s'occupe du Conseil agricole des innovations et de la formation entrepreneuriale. Et donc, une fois chez nous, nous allons regrouper les utilisateurs finaux de tout ce que nous avons appris ici et leur restituer un peu la formation et après les suivre pour l'opérationnalisation de tout ce que nous avons appris ici. Merci.
Thank you very much. Okay, Ghana, tell me your name.
My name is Michael Wilson.
Which organization?
I'm with the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research.
Okay, then you're fit to talk. Huh? Go ahead.
Okay, so from here, our plan is to develop a roadmap that will integrate this training into established institutions and seek to reach at least 60% of our poor farmers through advisories that have been well created to make impact.
Okay, I will take you accountable for that. Hmm?
I'll stand by that.
Okay. That's very good. So I got Ghana, I got Nigeria, I got Senegal. Oh, Togo. Okay, Togo.
Okay. Merci, nous sommes très ravis de participer à cette formation puisque chez nous, il n'y a pas encore de telle application. Moi, je viens de l'organisation des producteurs. Une fois arrivé, nous allons partager avec nos collègues, le conseil d'administration. Nous travaillons également avec la recherche. Donc, cet atelier doit être restitué au niveau des partenaires de la recherche pour qu'ensemble, on puisse réfléchir et voir qu'est-ce qu'il faut mettre en place pour aider le plus grand groupe cible qui en a besoin, c'est-à-dire le monde paysan. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. What country? Côte d'Ivoire. Okay, hold on. Gambia. Gambia, Côte d'Ivoire.
She's saying the Gambia.
The Gambia. The
Yes.
Gambia. Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alamin Jaju, representing National Coordinating Organization for Farmer Associations in the Gambia. And through my organization, NACOFAC, and in partnership with other government agencies, and in partnership with other government agencies and private institutions that are operating in agriculture, we will endeavor to ensure that DCAS is functional in the country.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's take Côte d'Ivoire.
Donc, moi, je suis du FIRCA, qui est le fonds ivoirien qui finance le secteur agricole. On a 25 filières agricoles avec lesquelles on travaille. Il faut rappeler que déjà, il y a un dispositif de conseil agricole qui existe en Côte d'Ivoire et la digitalisation a déjà commencé avec un certain nombre de filières. Mais avec cette formation, je me rends compte qu'il y a un gap que nous devons combler dans cette digitalisation que nous avons déjà commencé, notamment l'intégration de tout ce qui est services climatiques dans cette digitalisation-là. Donc la première action déjà, c'est d'aller informer les différents responsables du contenu de cette formation-là et dérouler avec eux la feuille de route pour combler le gap que nous avons constaté. Merci.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think, which country?
Niger.
Oh, okay, I thought okay, Niger. Let's take Niger, the last one now, we go. I know there are other countries, but time. Go ahead.
Merci. Moi aussi, je suis très ravi d'avoir participé à cette formation. Et moi, je suis représentant d'une organisation paysanne qui est la Fédération des unions de groupements paysans du Niger Morben, qui est un grand réseau qui compte plus de 60 000 membres. Et donc, déjà, nous, de notre dispositif, nous procédons à la formation des formateurs. Donc, dans l'autre réseau, nous avons une cinquantaine de formateurs. Donc, on va procéder à cette formation-là. Et nous avons aussi signé un contrat de performance avec l'agence de promotion du conseil agricole au Niger. Donc, on va utiliser ce canal-là pour vraiment faire le partage et puis faire profiter au consommateur final, en tout cas, de tout ce que nous avons appris ici. Merci.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I appreciate all the good comments. I take them as word of promises. Now, what I will not like is that you return back to your different organization and you forget this. You know, the tricky part of training is that if you don't implement it within the first month of receiving the training, it goes to to the back burner in your activities. And that is not going to be good for such an important training for our continent. And so you are the first cohort, West Africa. Let's prove that we are active and dedicated people. We're going to follow up and we are going to move on. The D group for the community of practice is opened already. Okay, and like we said, from that D group, we will begin to interact. Okay, we begin to interact. We'll be sharing information. We'll be sharing new knowledge. D group gives you opportunity to say what you want to say. And if you also have knowledge you want to share with everyone, you can share. We anticipate that the community of practice will keep increasing. But like I said, the community of practice is going to be in 3 categories. All of them will be on the platform. The first categories are the enthusiasts. Yeah, I just like DCSAS, and I like DCAS. I like DCAS, okay, and I enjoy what they're talking about. You're free to be there. The second one is actually the community of practice, those that are practicing. You are welcome, but we expect more from you. And the third category are the think tank. Those who generate knowledge and want to disseminate it and want to share case studies and success story. Now, those who will be in the think tank are the ones that the highest level that we will keep engaging with every day. So you have a choice to put yourself in any category you want to be. Now, what will qualify the think tank? You go from here, either give a seminar in your organization on this subject, or train a group of people or more group of people, and so on and so forth, and send back to us at least a short video clips of the training and the list of individuals you have trained and their email address and their organization, so that we see that you have actually trained someone as a trainer. You get it? And once you do that, we are going to send a card to you as a trainer. Now, what you have done now is just going through the training, acquiring. We expect you to read more, okay, and develop your own niche area. But you must train others to become a certified trainer. Okay, having said that and having gathered the right opinion, I will give opportunity for us to give the certificate of training at this point. Let me announce that our participants online, there are a lot of hands online that wanted to make comments. Wow. It will be very unfair of me. Are you there? Are you there? Are you there to quickly make your comments now?
Mine is overtaken by events.
If any one of you is there to make your comment now, I'll be glad. Okay, Chiwoke, please speak now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I said mine is overtaken by events.
Understand that, but that's fine. Buhari Abibu. Buhari Abibu. Bibu.
Yes, I don't know if you can hear me. Mine is just in form of an AOB. The first comment is, I want to further emphasize on this issue of laying less emphasis on livestock. I think it's something we need to look at. We know the importance of livestock in our
We've heard you. I doubt if you find Peter is correct.
livestock. Yes, I saw your comment that you use the slide. Yes, we will release all the slides to you. You can reuse it. But it should be appropriate every time you are using it to do appropriate, to do acknowledgement. Okay, that those slides are developed by Yunani and TCA. Many of the documents by TCA documents. So acknowledge. You can add yours to it, and then but you don't take it over without proper acknowledgement. You know that is not ethical and not acceptable in the scientific community. Okay, thank you very much. I think we can get into history. Okay. Okay, please, the paparazzi people, the photographers, please get ready as we present the certificate. Now, every participant here, we are all first class students. So I give you first class and there is no second class. So the second class is number 50 because we have 49 first class candidates. So, but what I'm going to do is just to present the first three and we'll take picture with them. Your certificate will be distributed to you. Don't worry, you will be back with the picture. Then they will all come out here and the paparazzi people, we are going to take picture where we will showcase our certificate. Okay? That will save us a lot of time. Otherwise, we can give you one, and then you can go to Accra Market to enjoy the evening. No, who said that? No, it's Suda. We're going to take three because we are here. I mean, if you do three, I'm going to call it just random. Okay? It's just random. I just pick the first one, I pick the one in the middle, and the last participant. Okay? Acceptable. Okay, very good. Dr. Olu, please, you are the one that's presenting. I'm just handing it. The first person is Alasi Bidziglo. Alasi Bidziglo. Please, photographer. How do they do this thing? Come. Okay. Alasi Bidziglo. Congratulations. Okay, Mame Fatou Tione. So, are you the one? Who is Mame Fatou Tione? Okay, yeah.
Félicitations. Okay.
I take the last one. Richard Owusu. Richard Owusu. No, you give him one at Tamaholi. Eh? No problem. No problem. We issue certificate based on learning and character. You are a first class student, but this character, we don't know. So, okay, Richard Owusu. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Richard, can you now come on and keep running? Please raise up your hand. Richard will give you your certificate and they will take your picture. So Rush, Michael Wilson. Go. So please, I need someone else here. Let someone take the photograph. Yeah, Stephen Yeboah. Please, help me quickly deliver. Benjamin Fiafon. Okay, you also can do. Marie Suma. Jeffney Maruf Tuba. Jeffney. Viara Afusatu. Ron, she's at the back there. Samuel Guindo. Okay. I need to do it very quickly. Please, it's because of time.
Mahmoud Sanusi. Mahmoud Sanusi. Yeah. Awoni Samuel Olubega. Him there. Yinka Ademuiwa. Abubakar Abdul Kadri. Abubakar Kadri. Ralph Adewoye. Mami Kadi Kani. Oh, excellent. They're doing very fast. Papa Gata Ndiaye. Oh, okay. Papa Gata Ndiaye. Tiene Sado Diop. Ismaila Soa. Ismaila Soa. Sorry, Ismaila Soa. Mame Ndaye Diop. Mame Ndaye Diop. Are you? Muriata Kamara. Yeah, this must that must be like Sierra Leone. Yeah. Maswell AP Samoa. Oh. Naperogu no Pamao. Yeah, please. Mozu Winslow Kojo. Yes, that must be like Togo or something. Yes. Paul Atsu. I know Paul. Very active. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Francis Ngumba. Oh. Francis, you must go and get a PhD, eh? You know that? Eh? Ezekiel Na Odoko. Thank you. Marilyn Yeboah. Ibrahim Kwame Asante. Ibrahim. You. You. I know you will do that. Atama for him. Just one atama. In your Kuru Falugens. Okay? Josephine in the Mena. Josephine in that Mina. Oh. Obie Joko, Raymond Azuka. What? What's happened? Dahwe Mause. Okay. Pape Fabrice. Okay. Please let me pass the Fabrice and take this picture. Toto Kojo Berry. Okay. Abema. Make Fabosu. Make Fabosu. Okay. Nasin Osnali. Oh, that's me. Inosa Maiga. Okay. Kwajo Kwakufidele. Oh, okay. Thank you. Mara Bra Amand Kaufi Rodolphe. Oh, it's you also. Yes. Okay, your color. Sorry, please. Kolibali Tingana. Okay, he said me pass. Fatou Ntia Samba. Hey, it's my name. Lamin Jaju. Natalia Ni Odai Laia. This is a Ghanaian name. Nata. Yes, okay. Thank you. There are two here. Josephine Ndamina. Okay. Obie Joko, Raymond Azuka. Josephine Ndamina and Obie Joko. Okay. I believe everyone got their certificate. If you don't have a certificate, please let me see your hand now. So everyone got. So I'm happy. Okay, you can go and see that. You can stand. Please, now let's come as a group. All of us, let's come as a group. After this, then we go into the closing comments from you and we close. Yes. It must be very short. It's Bumi, you and me. In fact, Bumi, me and you. Please, let's quickly come and do the very good paparazzi. This place is big enough for us to showcase our certificate, and then we close. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, photographer, organize us properly. Quickly. Time is not on our side again.
Let me bring some chairs.
Okay. So, okay. Yeah, Doctor, please come and sit. Yeah, you can close it and move it to the back. I'll put it there. Be careful. Okay. Yes, we're taking this picture. Okay. Please, let's move to the back. You will show, you will appear, don't worry. Okay, bring 2 or 3 more chairs. Yeah, come and sit down. Oh, you want to stand today? Okay, all the ladies, sit down. Okay, let's make it straight. Bumi, let's make it straight. Let's make it straight. And let's face front, let's make it straight. Dr. Lu, let's make it straight. So the photographer can move to the back and capture all of us. Boss, let's make it. It can be, we can move straight up to this point. Please come, the last person here. So, yes, come. The last person here. Okay, Dr. Lu Eyawa, stay here. Someone can be at your back. Okay, no, it should not be coughed. Don't do any coughing. Let's stay this way. It's weaker. Okay, you know what? Flank your certificate. Yes, that's what we want to capture. Flank your certificate. Okay, is that fine, Dr. Lu? You also flank some. Yes, I'll be in the picture. Okay. So go ahead and snap off nicely. Okay, your certificate on. Up. Up. 1, 2. Sorry, don't cover anyone. Yeah. Again. Much more. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Go to your okay, please go to your seat. Okay, yes. Okay, please, I'm just going to, we are going to take 3 comments. Just three comments. Please, Bumi. Yes, Bumi, please come. Go and sit down. Yes, ma'am. Yes, we will go to market. So, Bumi, please give a closing comment. Please. Okay. Please, Mani, go and sit down. Hello, everyone. So, quick closing comment before we go. So, it's been an interesting 2 days, and it's been very good to have all of you here. And the level of energy, the level of inclusivity, the participation, the level of engagement that we've witnessed in the room in the last 2 days have been superb. Thank you all. And please, if you can clap for yourself once again, is it Atama or? Just one. Okay. Thank you all for coming. It's really nice to have you here. We look forward to having further engagement with you. We look forward to you taking this forward and integrating this training within your organizations and to sending us the results, the pictures, the videos of what you've done in the next few months. So I would say that wishing you all well as you go back to your respective countries. Have a safe trip and enjoy Accra tonight before you go, please. All right. Bye, everyone. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. That is the foot soldier running at the back end of all this organization, Mr. Jilori. And I thank you very much for doing all this hard work. Sometimes 2 a.m. we are still talking by WhatsApp. I mean, what goes on at the back end for some of these things, and you can't figure it out. And I thank you very much for making it a success. Well, from my side, I am the servant of Africa Agriculture. And on behalf of my principals at FARA, of course, you know that the executive director of FARA is Yemi Akinbamijo. Okay, he puts these words in my mouth, and is supported by Agri Agumia, who should be here, but for an emergency meeting about Africa Agriculture also, he could not make it, so he has asked me to stand in for them. I want to thank you very much for the good energy, okay, for the keen interest in Africa Agriculture. You know what? You are so fortunate. If your generation makes a demand on your skill, consider yourself to be very fortunate. There are millions that no one is asking them to do anything. And that should be, that is the reason why you should put all efforts to ensure that this training becomes functional in your different organizations. So I want to thank you once again, and wish you safe trip. I like that the online group want to take group photograph, so they have the floor to quickly take their group photograph. Yes, Christian, please lead the online group to take the group photograph. I think I have announced it that the online group, your certificate will be with you latest close of business on Monday. Close of business on Monday, your HEAL certificate will be with you. The same rule apply. If you also train others, then you become a member of the think tank, and we can send to you the certificate of being a trainer, certification as a trainer. So thank you very much. So while Christian is doing the online bit, I want to ask Dr. Oluwajayi to give the last word, and we can go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator and everybody. If you are expecting a long speech, I will disappoint you. Also, I wanted to say just three things. The first one is to say thank you for your time and for all the effort you have made. To my colleague who has been working back end, has been quiet for some time, but he has been doing a lot of work. Thank you also for your time and for everyone who has contributed. Merci beaucoup. Jerry Jove, Alice, Esheugani, Nagode, so Megawati, whatever. So thank you so much. Second thing I want to say is the fact that we have listened to you, we have learned also. I've been taking quite a lot of notes myself, and I will make sure that at least the other is we ensure that as we go further into this is the very first regional meeting we are having. So your colleagues in East Africa, for example, will benefit from some of the things we have learned from you. The other is to kind of keep improving it. So when we are going to be doing a new design of our projects, I'm sure we'll be relating with you. Okay, finally, I want to say that we have noted exactly what you said about the issue of language, about the length of period. We actually had that concern initially, that 3 days might not be sufficient, but let's do a dry run. So we've picked that, and also the idea of having reading materials. You can be sure, like I said, even the format of this training will change. You'll get to know about that later. We may be coming to your countries more, so we can have more in-depth and tailored to your countries. And finally, I want to say thank you so much to Farah, especially to the moderator. You've done excellently well. So to everybody, give yourself a round of applause. And to our online, thank you so much. You have done very well. This is one of the few meetings I've ever seen that people in online will be there till almost 6 p.m., 7 p.m., like it happened yesterday. You have done a great job, and we're very proud of you, and we look forward to working together on this. So on behalf of the CEO of GCA and the Executive Director of FARA, I hereby declare this meeting closed. Enjoy yourself and safe trip. Okay.
It will be very unfair that we do not thank them. So on behalf of my colleagues, Salom, we thank you, our sponsors,
our moderators. Atama for Prof. He just wants one Atama. One Atama. We are so grateful for this opportunity. This is history in the making. Yes? The cooks, the cleaners, and everybody, the press, we say a big thank you. And we are very fortunate that we are the first cohort, and this is history. But as interpreters, let's give interpreters Atama, Atama, Abema, Abema, Ramako. And the support staff, the IT, let's give them Atama. Hey, Atama is not a lot of claps like that. Atama, Atama, Abema, Abema, Ramako. And we pledge to do our best to disseminate what you've taught us. Please keep educating us, keep investing in us, and we will also invest in the world. It has come to stay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hey. Thank you all.